Yes, boss.
Hey, nice to see you. Is it a real conference hall? You're sitting there? A lot of people behind you having coffee?
No, boss. Just in my dorm room. Back to student, by the way.
What's your time there now? Should be late night.
8:32.
8:32. Okay. You're in Pacific time, right?
Yes, boss.
Okay, perfect. Good. Nice. Good to see you and good to see most of us here. Lalit, recently qualified PMP, pretty eager for the next level. Okay. I know we have few more people joining in today. This is the first day for PMI-ACP. First, thanks a lot for the people who took effort to go to the next stage. Is it a next stage? Of course, it is a next stage because as we keep talking about Agile, whether you go to any department, any management, they just have at least a word called, are you aware of Agile? You don't need to tell that I know daily stand-up, I know Scrum, nothing like that. They at least want to know that, do you have that mindset of agility? So let us learn more about in these classes. The whole intention of this PMI-ACP is make us to go a little deeper in the course of what is actually Agile, how this can help us in our day-to-day job. However, this class will have some flavor of software engineering. The reason is Agile, even though started from manufacturing industry in the 1980s or before that, but the more utilization happened in the software industry. So you will see more flavor of software here and there coming up. I don't think you have to worry much about it. At the same time, you can relate how this software is working, how it will be for my industry. Because if I took PMI-ACP 2-3 years back, I will always get the people from only software industry. They will tell Shriram, I'm working in the Infosys, I'm working for Accenture. This is how my company works like. But nowadays, when I get people from the classes, there's a mix of people. It'll have people from different industries. Could be for manufacturing, could be for pharma, could be for construction. So we have a mix of people here. All right, good. With this, we'll start. Before that, anyone else would like to show your face? Give a smile.
People must have just woken up in India, Shriram.
Just woken up? Okay, that's right. So early morning, 10 a.m., right? Nice. Okay, that's nice. For me, it's a 5:30 a.m. So we're able to get there. Anyone else in a different time zone here?
Hi, Shriram. I'm joining from Toronto, Canada. So Canada. It's about 11:30. Yeah.
11:30 p.m. Oh,
yes, that's right.
Okay. Is it start snowing there already?
It snowed last week, but today apparently it's positive 6 degrees, so can't complain.
Okay. 6 looks good, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I know for me this morning it's 2 or 3. Still, it is not really good. All right. Nice to know. Have Habin. Hey, Habin.
Hi. Morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
Yeah, great. Same here.
Perfect. Now we have an introduction session after a few minutes. What we'll do is we'll just go through a few of them to understand the background. What is the motivation of PMP or PMI-ACP? We'll talk about that, right? So we'll do that in a few minutes of time. All right. So I have a bunch of people in YouTube as well. Hey, hello, guys. Samir says good morning from YouTube. Hey, Samir. I have a bunch of them there. I have some more people coming up from PMP batches also listening this class today. Being the first day, we have invited a few more people to listen what is Agile. So you will have some more audience participating on the day one. All right. So with this, we'll get in. What I'll do is this class is going to be through slides. In the sense, I will have some slides or PPT, share some content, videos will come, and we will have a two-way conversation. What is two-way conversation? In the sense, there'll be some subject discussion, a question will come, and we'll have some conversation. Would expect you to participate because some of us are well involved in Agile. Some of us heard much, but not used. So when we go for the examination of PMI-ACP, it'll be a little challenging. You know what I mean by challenging? We never underestimate PMI Institute because they always maintain that standard. I won't call it as a toughness, it's a standard. When we say standard, the question paper will make you to think and answer. You cannot just like that click every A and B. You have to think why they say this. Even though out of 120 questions, maybe 20, 30 questions, you can click just like that. 90 questions will make you to think. If it is thinking, which means your brain has to process it. Process what? Process the information. Information of what? What you read in the book? The answer is no. If anyone can read in the book and clear the exam, yes, it's an easy exam. But here, they make you to read, they make you to digest it, understand it, if possible, apply in your day-to-day life also. Then only you will be able to answer the question. This is very good in professional industry. If you take a lawyer, as a lawyer has to digest the content and know the rules very well, then only they can argue in the court of law. A doctor profession should know the detail in depth. Then only for every patient or every research concept, they can able to talk about that. If a doctor can just come back from the book and tell about what it is, he or she is not a doctor. It's not a profession. Profession is going a little deeper. So this PMI-ACP will make us to think, digest it, and do the content. That's an important part. All right, nice. I have some more people in the YouTube. Sabit, Yadguri, Bharat, Vignesh. Nice. Bunch of people. I appreciate it. All right, what I do is, you people can put your cam and mic off mode. I appreciate it. We'll come back again for introduction. Again, we'll see your good smiley face. So where is the content? All right, all right. What I will do is, first I'll show the agenda for the class, and then we will go with the content. For your information, this class is going to be 4 hours of class. Okay. Exactly 2 hours from now, we have a 15 minutes break. For some of us late in the night, some of us early in the evening, or some of us in India, it's at 10 a.m. By 12 p.m. India time, you'll have a break, provided you can have lunch if needed. If not, 2 p.m., the final class gets over for India time. Okay, that's a deal we are going to do. First thing, here is the agenda. PMI-ACP. This is going to be like this. We have day 1, day 2. We have a PMI-ACP introduction, and there are a few domains. I will tell what all they. I'll take domain 1 and talk about Agile principles and mindsets. This is the most important area because here we talk about Agile mindset, 4 values, 12 principles. What is a Scrum? How Scrum works? What is a Kanban? What is extreme programming? Lean management, Agile leadership. We got a good amount of questions in this area. If not questions, at least you understand what is Agile only through this chapter properly. For which, what all books you have to read, books to read. I'll explain this in the class in some time. So some of the books I referred here. When I give a B like this, which means you read this book. When I give C like this, you will read a Scrum guide. So this is how the agenda has been given. I assume some of you should got this PDF already. If you're not received, you will get it today. So this PDF will explain us which day, what all subject will be covered. So if I move to second page of a PDF, I have more on a day 4, day 5, day 6 and 7, and day 8. So totally we are planning for the 8 day of classes, which is going to be 4 hours each day of the class. Usually we complete on 8th day. In case there are more questions and more clarification needed, we may go even another day extra. It happens. Any questions so far before I get to the slides? Right. Okay. All right. What I'll do is we'll start with the slide. Here we go. So first, welcome you all to ShriLearning, where we talk more about project management. We talk about Agile classes. We talk about scaled Agile. I assume these 3 words or 3 courses, so some of you would have heard or practiced already. PMP is the one which talks project management. So broad, depth, with a lot of content, any industry. And comes to PMI-ACP, now this is also more broad and depth of Agile, any industry. When it comes to scaled Agile, it is the next stage of agility where they talk Agile at the organization level. How can a CEO can participate? How a director of a company can participate? How a vendors can participate? How they work in a very organized way, for which there is something called scaled Agile. At present, you see more this into information technology, digitalized industry, it into other industries. So there's 3 courses. We keep having sessions, and I'm sure you can follow with us if you want more detail about these courses. Let me go a little more. Certificate. First, you have to see how a certificate look like for PMI-ACP. A PMI certificate, ACP certificate, more close to PMP certificate. Not much difference, except it says Agile Certified Practitioner. There's a difference. In PMP, it is professional. This is a practitioner. And the same process, we follow here 3 years of validity. Of course, I renewed it, so it shows 2023. And we know the process, renewal process. Some PDUs you have to collect. I'll tell about it a little later. But point here is a certificate looks close to what is in PMP certificate. However, you have to go through 7 domains. Okay, now 7 domains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What are these domains? This is what your class is all about. I have to take each domain, explain in detail. So this is what's going to happen. And what do you mean by the colors here? If you're aware of it, PMI never gives scores. They don't tell you got 100 mark, you got 80 marks. They will not tell anything about it. They'll just tell you you're pass. When they say pass, they'll give these colors. Too much of yellow, we won't clear. Green is good. Dark green, make sure that you are top in the score. So what is the range, Shriram? Even though PMI never declared it, we assume, when I say we, as an institute, we assume somebody getting above 80%, we assume as a above target. Somebody below 80 and between 70, 75 could be on target. Going below than 60%, we assume that below target. We assume. We may be wrong also, but that's an assumption. But what is the benefit of assuming this, Shriram? The benefit is you tend to see scores in ShriLearning practice exams. In the ShriLearning practice exam, you get an idea what I'm scoring here. I'm scoring 70%. Okay, I might be in the target area. I'm getting more than 75, 80. Okay, I can go to above target, for which we give these assumptions. So there is no specific concrete number given by PMI Institute. All right, let's go a little more. Moving forward, here it is. Who should apply? When I say who should apply, anyone have an Agile interest can apply for it. However, it is you want to know that what is the details you have to share. There is a number of hours of classes expected from you, 21 hours of learning. That is why you are here in this class, or you may come for the classes in future. 21 hours of learning is needed. Learning should happen through what way? It could be any form of classes. There are people go for LinkedIn sessions. There are people go for some other Udemy courses learning. It's up to you. You can choose any course. But if you are a person who want to go live, ask questions, be with the people, then yeah, classes like this will help you. Some people feel, no, while driving car, I will listen. Okay, they can listen to some other courses. It's up to you, your mode of learning. And then you have a 12 months of experience, a general project experience, and 8 months of Agile experience. This part, at present, I will tell park it. When it comes to exam application filling, I'll be guiding you. So you don't need to worry about it. It's taken care. We'll work with you. We'll have a template. We'll tell you how to fill, all taken care. There is some fee detail here filled up. You can check these numbers. If you are more interested to fill it right now, you can check over it. But usually I'll tell that wait until the class gets over, because some discounts keep happening from PMI Institute, which can benefit you. But this is the pricing on average. How an exam will look like? 120 questions. Okay. You have to take 120 questions. In this, some preset questions are there. There are 20 preset questions. Shriram, what is preset? Pretest. When I say pretest, PMI keep it as a learning process for PMI. Learning not for us, for PMI. So they give us 20 questions. They see how people are answering it. They will utilize it for the next exam or upcoming exams. A learning process, a cycle for them, for which they use this 20 questions. It's called pretest questions. It's a very common format followed in PMI. Somebody in this room can ask me, will I know that is called pretest question so that I can ignore that question? The answer is no, you can't do that, because it is a mixed with 120 questions. Okay. And the last topic in this page, you have to gather 30 PDUs, Professional Development Unit, after you clear the exam. Not now, after you clear the exam, you get 30 PDUs so that your certificate gets renewed every 3 years. Someone who cleared PMP, for you, what is the benefit? You will get 21 PDUs added for your PMP certificate. Repeating again, somebody already cleared PMP by attending this class for next 8 days or 8 timeline of weekends. You will get 21 PDUs, which you can add in your PMP certification. That's a point. Any questions on this exam part? I can help you.
Shriram, not exactly exam. How long is this certification valid? Is it like the PMP where you pay minimal amount every year or 2 year renew?
It is 3 years valid from the day we clear the exam. Yeah, 3 is a good time, right?
Yep.
At the same time, you know how to renew as well. So after that, another 3 years they will add. But I believe they charge $60 for member, non-member $120 we have to pay, and then submit the 30 PDUs. This is the way they will renew it. Hope I answered you.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Let's go a little more. Okay, usually people keep an eye on this area. Oh my goodness, this much I have to pay. With Agile trending now, I feel that this money is a bit lesser because the salary what people get with the Agile tag added, pretty good salary. When I did some years back, fees was a little more higher than this. Okay, those days, even you say Agile, it is considered as okay. You're Agile, okay, fine. I'm talking about in 2017 or 2016, I did this paper. When I say I'm done PMI-ACP Agile certification, I say, okay, Agile, okay, nice, thanks. Because many not aware of it. But now the last 2-3 years, I feel the boom is pretty high. Every industry started talking Agile. Somebody don't know also they start talking Agile. So now if you have this tag in Agile, some percentage automatically increase. So I feel this money worth it, but depends on your passion also, right? Some information on reading. Next couple of slides, I'll cover the subject. I'll cover what is needed for the exam, and then I'll move to the course. Books. Look at the number of books. Can somebody tell me the count you see here? This is the number of books declared by PMI. Can you make a quick count? How many books are here? How many
12.
books are 12? All right. 12 books are here. Anyone here from Scrum certified, CSM certified?
Yes, Shriram.
Okay. In CSM, how many books you read?
Again, it was, I would say maybe a one book, at least. I would not call that, not plenty. It's more about Agile practice, whatever the book, what we had, but more, but I would not compare, Scrum with maybe ACP, because that's, maybe I would say just of what we're going to study in ACP, I guess. But definitely, the mindset itself, I think, as you started off saying, that the mindset of Agile is something what you need to start thinking and practicing, and then it all goes back to the books and your all kind of activities which are required as part of Scrum and the ACP part. Definitely, but maybe for me it was just one book.
That's right. Well said. I appreciate that. Why I say this is people come from Scrum or Kanban certification. Sometimes it will get bounced. Are you sure? 12 books? Come on, man. I thought Agile is very simple. When it is simple, why these many books? This is a question comes up. You rightly said Scrum is an amazing framework. What they did is they made it very simple, and it works good for a team in a very systematic approach. In Scrum, what they do is they make sure that you practice more rather than reading. They make us to practice more. In the class also, they'll try to explain in the practical way. How do you do it? When it comes to Agile, it goes a little more broader. We call it as a bubble, big bubble. In the big bubble, they have to explain Agile for leadership, Agile as a mindset, as a knowledge, and then how it goes on a practice. So they have to go with the different books to cover Scrum, Kanban, extreme programming, lean management, and few more methods are available apart from regular process of management. So they have to go to multiple books to tell this. Do I need to read all the books? If you ask me, I will say not needed. So there is a book from PMI Institute itself. The books what you see here from different publishers. One of the book what I'm seeing here is called Agile Practice Guide. In this room, 90% of the people at least seen this book or read this book. How many of you want to put the hands up and say, hey, I know this book. I've seen this book. Anyone here? People here on YouTube? Seen it? You've seen it? Okay, some of them going up with the hands, right? I know this book is a pretty interesting book, which is part of a PMP, which comes at the end of the PMP book itself. Now it's divided into two. We have Agile Practice Guide. Is it sufficient? I will say no. We need to read more. Let me go. Here are some of the books which I would recommend for the examination. The number one book is Mike Griffith book. But this book I don't see in the list of Shriram. PMI I have not put in the list because this is a purely exam-oriented book. PMI Institute don't want to just say for the exam. They want to cover a subject a little broader. So given some books in the list, this book is not on the list. But this is one of the best book in the market. You Google it anywhere, you will get this book, the best book. Why this is the very best book is, what Mike Griffith did is, he took this as 7 chapters which you have to read, he elaborated it, a little bit of flavor of management he keep adding, but he elaborated exactly what is needed for the exam. So can I read this book alone and clear the exam? Yes, you can. But if you're new to Agile, if you're not practicing Agile, I would expect you to read more books. The books like Agile Practice Guide, the books like Essential Scrum. So these are the books goes little 1, 2, 3 steps down. But you know why I should do this, man? I can read the Mike Griffith and clear at the exam. Usually people come to the classes. I don't propose only the exam. My intention is when you come and learn something, that vibration should be with you for at least 2-3 years. When you go out in the market, you should be proud enough on yourself and people should see you as a value-adding person, not another person with a certificate. So if that is my intention, I will tell that don't stop at the 1. Read 1 or 2 more so you get a little deeper knowledge and you clear the exam well. At the same time, you help another 10 people in the society how things work around you. But that's the intention of the course. All right, just a minute, I'll take a sip of water. Oh, it's a pretty good cold morning today. Nice. By the way, let's move a little more. Any questions on the book, if I can help you, or books?
So just a question from my side, Shriram.
Sure.
So this book,
Sure.
do you have a PDF copy with you, or do we need to purchase? Is what
We will talk. We will talk.
Okay.
You can discuss with the team. We will help on these details. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will help more about the details on this. Meantime, I see a question from Samir in the YouTube. I am PMP certified. How ACP will help me in my career growth? How does it help in the career growth? That's a good question, right? So when a person got PMP certified, I believe the person has done between 2021 to this time, because the 2021 onwards, the Agile content is added in the PMP exam. So you have an Agile flavor. Now, if you go to a job, the job which is looking for agility there, I'm sure you are happy to tell in PMP I learned Agile, but you may not be able to tell more deeper information about some framework or leadership in Agile. There, this kind of certificate will help you to tell that, yes, I have learned more deeper inside this. This is on the job interview. It is not only for interview. You go for a job where there is an expectation how to interact with the people, how to form a team, how to effectively work with the knowledge workers. On those situations, this is going to help in your career. This is for the people who qualified after 2021 PMP. Imagine you qualified before 2021, which means Agile was not part of the exam. So you never know what is Agile. Now, this is a right opportunity to learn what is Agile with a depth of information. Now, this definitely adds value in your career, in your resume. I am not focusing only for attending interview, getting a job. Even in the job, there are many people do but not excel. What is the difference between do and excel? Do is just do what the company is asking to do. Excel means what is the next? The proactive thinking, being more agile with the people, how to make deliverables more value addition. This is what the people who get promotion keep growing. So if you are in that intention, this kind of course will help you. Hope I answered you. All right. Okay, let's move a little more. little on the background of the guy who is going to help you. I'm sure some of you with us. First, thanks a lot for the people who trusted, came back to ShriLearning. For you, this introduction could be a little boring because you know about me. You can leave it there. For the people who are new here, I hold some certificate like PMP, PMI-ACP, and I have something on the Agile. ACP is Agile, CSM is Agile, SPC is Agile. 3 things on Agile. Few more also I have learned in the last couple of years. But those are the learnings. I don't put it as a certificate. It's a learning. So what I made is every year learn something. What do you mean by learn something? Something which will add value to your life. That doesn't mean you have to flash. Something learning is always needed. I would have taken this decision at least 5-6 years back. Every year, invest some money on myself. Really? So selfish? Could be. Invest some money on my health. Invest some money on my thought process. So what do? I make sure any place I go, pay some money, go to the good gym. Do heavy workout, Arnold Schwarzenegger, not needed. But I want to be in the circle of healthy mind, healthy body people, so that I too think I have to stay healthy. Are you going to live 100 years, Sriram? Not needed. Whatever the day you live healthy. For which I first make sure I spend some money for my body to make sure my health is good. First thing. Second thing, I spend some money every year, some percentage, any course, go sit and learn. That doesn't mean it has to give me certificate. That doesn't mean I have to get big money out of the certificate. Because some people calculate, if I put $1,000, how much I'll get back? Not needed. It is an investment for me, which will help me over a period of time. I know this is a little gyan for some of us, but the point is, if you're not investing for yourself, no one will invest on you. First, you have to invest something on you. Then only some companies will be interested to invest on you. So if time permits, make a calculation per year, do something learning for you. In this room, have some more interested people, they do it. They make sure that every year they spend some money to learn something. But that doesn't mean you have to put all your money. I'm telling something, keep it for yourself. So this is a process I started some year back. It is really helping me and really keeping my confidence high. Do I have someone here like that who keep learning every year? I believe somebody is here who put money on yourself.
Yeah, Shriram. So I think just to maybe not every year, maybe from the time this COVID pandemic started, at least from the time we started working from home, it was a good thought. It was a good self-reflection, at least for me, saying that, okay, now we are starting working from home. So maybe I need to start thinking, of course, you just talked about the mindset. So just that trigger. And I think from last 2 to 3 years, I've done quite a few certification.
Nice.
Including PMP.
Nice.
And I think it's just created that momentum now. So unfortunately, I'm not able to stop. And let me, as it's become like an addiction. So
addiction, right?
Yeah.
So, sometimes family look at you, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not spending any holiday money here, but you're spending everything for you.
Absolutely, that's the only challenge. But unfortunately, as you rightly said, I've kind of become like a selfish, saying that yes, if I don't invest on myself now, there won't be any. Nobody else will invest. So
one thing, I was reading some books about top achieving people in the life. They say that you have to be first taking care of you. Only when you take care of you, which is nothing but for your family, only you're doing for you.
Correct.
The more you invest, why you invest? You want to be healthy. Why? To take care of your family. You read well. Why? You want to earn more so that you can take care of family. Always I say that the breadwinners, their wishes goes in the last line in the family. If you want a new dress, you keep it in the last line. First, you buy everything for your family, then only your thing comes in the last line. If that's the case, it means you're investing something for you, it's worth it. But why I have to tell all this philosophy here is, if you don't invest and educate yourself, you every day go 5 steps back. Not 1 step, 5 steps back. There are millions of population in the world. We have 8 billion right now. People are learning and competing very heavily. But if you're not going to learn, if you're going to believe that my college degree will help me all the time, I'm sure it's going to be tough. Look at, I too have some degree with me. If you ask me what I did in masters, yes, I learned in masters. Can I work it now? No, this is a whole syllabus. What I read those days, now it is in school days. School kids are learning what I learned in Masters in Computer, Masters in Business. Nowadays, the kids are learning in college first year or maybe in the school days. Psychology, maybe this is always a broad subject. But what I learned in the degree doesn't value right now. It years have gone, decades have gone. You cannot tell I am masters. You are master, man. This is now school kids are learning. So if you don't upskill, you are in a trouble. So I really appreciate all the people who came here, who are watching in the YouTube. You're taken a step. Some of you sitting late in the night, early in the morning. See, it's not just come like that, right? It's your mind has pushed you. We have millions of population, but in the class, I have maybe 50 or 100 people. Now, from where it comes, it's some trigger has said you have to do something. So you are here. So let's keep up this momentum, keep learning. I like Abin was mentioning that it became an addiction. It is a good addiction, right? More than a smoking and liquor addiction. This addiction is really good. So do it, and I'm sure you'll all win. All right, with this, I'll stop the gyan here. Let's go to the introduction part. What we'll do is I'll stop sharing the screen. I have a bunch of people in the Zoom now. I have some people in the YouTube. Some YouTube, I have more number of people. People in the YouTube, you can put a couple of lines of what is the motivation for you to learn Agile. You no need to be part of the class, but still you have some motivation which drives you to learn Agile. You can give one-liner in the YouTube. Let's read through that. Meantime, what I'll do is I will go to our participants here to listen to them, what they mean by that. All right, can we get on the cam if you people are comfortable to say hello to each other? All right, Yadagiri says, I did last 2 years. Very good. Samir says, October 22 cleared PMP. Nice to know. All right, I know it's so uncomfortable, some of us, to ask you to come on the cam. So don't worry. No judgment on your looks, because this is only a professional course. So you can be at any form. It's okay. You can even put your mask and come. We don't worry about it. So what we'll do is we'll do a quick round of talk in the sense of you can give a little background. What is your domain? What do you do? And also you can tell about your intention towards Agile. There may be a couple of lines if you want to share. Who want to start first? Okay, Ayush. Yes, Ayush.
Hi, Shri. Hi, hello, everyone.
Hey.
This is Ayush. I'm currently based in Ireland. So it's, I guess, 5 a.m. in the morning. So just a brief about my background. I've recently relocated to Ireland from India. So back in India, I was working with Siemens Healthineers in medical device companies. So I was working as a project management. So I have 10 years of work experience. I completed my PMP in December 2020. Idea to go for PMP in December was to understand the kind of activities, not project management, I was doing in my employers, and the gap between the best practices followed around. So what is the standard understanding around the project management? So it really gave me an understanding around those best practices. Now I have joined a company here, and I'm first time I'm responsible to take care of the software development projects. So to develop an understanding around that, I'm going for this Agile certification.
Nice. Good to know. Good to know. You got up pretty early. So you would have got up by 4:30.
4 a.m. Yes. Yeah.
Very unusual. Very unusual. Your family doubted you. What are you guys doing in the early morning?
No, they were aware of it. So I think that we are good on that part.
I know it's a cold morning. Okay,
yes,
nice.
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Ayush. Yep. Next, someone else want to go for it?
Okay, maybe I'll start off. So
Sure.
my name is Abin. So as I said, the entire learning started with the mindset of, when pandemic started off, and I always procrastinated, thinking that, okay, maybe next year, or, when I will get time and things like that. One day it was like, I was sitting at home and I was like, okay, I have this weekends and maybe I want to do something. And I just started to, read about what should be the, couple of things which is in the market and what needs to be done. And then it all started off about, of course, I've spent almost now close to 2 decades in corporate. Basically currently I'm working for a bank. I'm basically from finance background, not like most of them software and IT and things like that. but of course, I do a lot of preaching about the Agile to the whole team, in the organization. And unfortunately, I always realize whether I'm a certified or not. So I started with the Scrum first, thinking that it's a start. So I got my CSM done. Then it created a momentum. Then I said, let me look at PMP, and then I did a lot of self, what do you call, Googling and finding out how easy, how difficult, and so on and so forth. And of course, I saw a couple of videos of yours and a couple of others, talking about it. So I cleared my PMP, and then I said, let me not stop. So I said, I did my Six Sigma Black Belt, Master Black Belt. And then I said, let me not stop. Unfortunately, work was, taking a lot of toll on me. But then I said, no, I should pick it up ACP. Of course, as you rightly said, a lot of learning already done in PMP because I have just done last year. So a lot of reading on that. But but then of course, I was like, I need to spend more time understanding the concept, because in the organization, we talk about agility as a concept, as a mindset. When I say agility, we are not talking about the practices, how we need to take things on a daily basis, the mindset, how we need to, proceed in the current challenging environment. And that's how we kind of talked about it. So then I said, let me take about the ACP. So maybe I'm also in a hurry because I've paid my fees and I'm just waiting for the classes to get over so that I can take up my exam. So daily I get a reminder saying you have 50 days left.
Man.
So I think when the workshop got postponed for 2 weeks, or rather it's supposed to start last week, I guess. I was asking myself, saying that, okay, I need to push myself now. So I kind of, if you ask me, I'm already, from the learning point of view, I've done my 60 to 70% of,
oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so I've done a lot of things on, Joseph Phillips and then Andrew Ramdale's ACP thing. I've gone
Very
through.
good.
I've taken up quite a lot of PMI, exam, which is, the already given by the PMI-ACP. I've attempted some 4-5 times. Then also I've attempted, quite a lot of online, materials, what I've done. But it's just that I always believe in a structured way of learning, right? So I'm not a person who's like, sitting in isolation and say, I know, or as you rightly said, are you on target? Are you above target? So I'm always on target. So which creates a little confusion, saying, am I ready, in terms of taking the exam?
Nowadays, we'll work it out. Work it out. That's so inspiring that to hear your whole context of how you came here. Pretty impressive. I think it's inspiring many people.
Yeah, thank you, Shriram. And of course, I have not stopped yet. So I'm also looking at Kanban as well. So nice. I'm into like multitasking. I don't know which weekend, which time shift I get. I hop into 1 or 2 different training programs just to do that. I get myself. Yeah. So that's the whole idea. But as you rightly said, it's important that we need to upskill. It's a need of the hour, and I think it's a mindset which we need to go on. Yeah.
Perfectly said. Nice. Good. Abhin, that's really good. Impressive one. In fact, I will have a one-on-one discussion with you because your way of preparation looks so advanced and good. You may go early to exam in this group. So I can work with you on this part. And sorry for this 2 weeks delay, as it was a quick travel to US for me, 1 week. And I know it's a lot of jet lag. Last week, only I came back from US. It's an unexpected quick travel. So I couldn't manage the time. I have to reschedule everything. It disturbed most ACP, PMP. Usually I don't prefer weekend travels. I don't want weekday travel, but there was a Monday morning meeting. So no go, I had to travel on weekend. So it was a bit tough. Anyway, thanks for adjusting your schedule. I appreciate it. Perfect. Nice. All right, let's go. Who want to go?
Am I audible?
Yes, Lalit, please.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Lalit. So I am also around 20 years of experience in the industry. By qualification, I'm a mechanical engineer. And since last 5 years, I have been investing a lot in myself. I have learned a lot of data science, machine learning, AI courses, invested in, I am a certified chartered data scientist also by Association of Data Scientists. Recently, I have completed my PMP certification also. And I'm planning to create a startup in digital manufacturing in India. And Agile is a concept in software and slowly, rapidly progressing in the manufacturing domain also. So just want to understand more concepts about it so that it can be reflected, some of the best practices.
Nice.
While preparing PMP exam also, I have already read Mike Griffith book because I was not getting confident in the Agile practice guide. I was attempting some mock papers also. I was getting around 78% out of 40 questions, 30 questions were correct. So I am also ready. I mean, within next 5-6 weeks, I am ready for the exam also. So yeah.
Like the confidence. That's pretty confident. So you're talking to a CEO here. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Go ahead. Do it. Yes. Yeah. It's the right time to do everything in your life. Good wishes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. Nice. All right. Anyone else want to go for it?
May I go next?
Yeah, please.
And Shriram. So, hi everyone. My name is Saurabh Dikshit and I'm based out of Delhi, and I'm an RP project manager working in Wipro. I have total around 11 years of experience and different verticals like software development and SAP implementation. So, Shriram, I cleared my PMP certification, as you know, that on this 2 weeks before, on 17th November, and it was due and it got delayed, and this got due to some personal reasons, and I won't blame anyone because there was some personal thing that I had to manage, but I could not. But due to this thing, I decided that anyhow I have to clear this PMP before ending this 22. So I talked with Rahul and I said that, boss, I have to clear anyhow. So he just suggested me that how to do on this thing. So finally, I cleared this PMP on 17th November, and as my momentum
much relieved and happy.
Much relieved. Seriously. So now
nice.
My momentum is
welcome.
So I decided
welcome to ACP.
Thanks. So I decided to get this ACP as soon as possible, and surely PMP will help me in my project management things, and I will apply this PMP principle concept in my professional work environment. And I believe this ACP will surely help to grow my mindset on this agility and all.
Perfect. Nice to know, Saurabh. Good. Welcome to the program. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, let's go one more person introduction. Then we will go to the class. Again, we'll come back to the introduction of few more people because I don't want to keep all introduction now. Some of them feel that, oh man, a lot of time in introduction. So what we'll do is we'll go 1 or 2 people who are willing to talk now. Then we'll come back again.
Okay, go ahead. Whoever is talking.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, mine will be very quick and short, Vignesh. So I know Shriram from long ago. I think
once upon a time.
From last birth, I guess. Okay, so this would be my 3rd training session with him.
It means I didn't teach you properly, right? 3rd time you're coming at least this time.
3rd time not, but I'm coming with the same thing. Needless to say, an amazing trainer. That's why I keep coming to him, asking him for more. And even though Shriram, I may not have taken the exams, I have, put those practices into my job, and they have helped me. So thank you so much for that.
Nice.
I was not able to take up PMPS with some personal issues with kids and all, but PMI, this ACP I'm looking forward to. I have done my CSM last June. So hopefully I can take up this ACP and continue.
Sure.
For the rest of the folks here, I come with 15 years of experience, and I'm in IT industry. So this is a new thing. I have been working in Agile with waterfall and everything, just that I don't have a certification with the concepts and all. I'm aware of them. Hopefully by the end of December or so, I should be able to clear up this exam. So fingers crossed again.
Sure, Shaima. First, thanks a lot for coming up here. And it's good to see your name. Good to see you in the video after a long time. And I'm sure kids are doing good. I could see some of your WhatsApp pictures. Kids are growing faster.
Yes,
that's nice.
Thank you. And
That's
for the
nice.
rest, yes, I am the lucky draw winner for this.
Oh yeah, that is very important, right?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Maybe
Okay,
I wouldn't have
congratulations.
come for it otherwise if I wasn't this. But then, yeah, one way to push myself. Okay.
Yeah, that's nice, right? Winning lucky draw. Did you felt excited, man? This year looks good.
I mean, I have never won any lucky draws in my life. It's the first one, Shriram. Thanks to you and thanks to ShriLearning and Rahul.
I think it's a more value add, win, I would say, because the knowledge is something what you need to win in life.
Absolutely, Abhin, absolutely.
That's good. I'm sure a hubby would have been excited, right? You got a lucky draw. Come on, what happened there?
Oh yeah, he's like, oh, the lucky draw happens for these as well.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing. First, thanks a lot for applying for the lucky draw, because not many come forward to say that I want to go for this course on a lucky draw. So it's nice that many applied. We got a bunch of people, maybe 150 or 200 people applied for it. Out of that, if you got it on a draw, then it's a good thing, right?
I'm absolutely lucky, sure.
Okay, nice to see.
I
so
think
2020 is good.
Yeah, I think you should write the exam then. I think I think it's giving a clue saying that you are ready to take up ACP exam now.
Yes, Abhin, I think I should do that. With this ACP, the concepts of Agile are not very new to me, but maybe Shriram keeps pushing and encouraging, I hope. Also, nice. Shriram, today is the first class and I want to be honest and confess. Yesterday, I was watching that match, Argentina-Mexico till 2:30. I'm sorry if I just dozed off here and there.
Happy to see. World Cup is always good, right? Keep watching is really good. So enjoy the match. So you are supporting with Argentina to win the World Cup.
No,
nice to see.
Portugal.
Portugal. Oh, okay. Christina. Okay. We know. We know. All right. Nice to see. Good. All right, let's go one more person. If interested, then we'll move on to the next subject.
Yes, okay, Shriram, I'll go now.
Dr. Balu.
Yes, hi, hello. I'm Balu. And last year, this time, I took a ACP class with Shriram. I got too much dopamine from the class and too much dopamine from the PMP certification after I got cleared. I got cleared in January 2022. And had all these plans in my head, right? What I have to do in my life and all those things. I didn't get any recognition from my, let's say, from my circle when this guy all of a sudden appeared in my life, Shriram, and he was saying all the things what I was thinking of. And finally, I was working with the Ministry of Health in Saudi Arabia as a technical director for a province in a Department of Infection Control. I quit my job. And I took a doctoral program in Loma Linda University. I'm right now a doctoral student in South Cal, Loma Linda University. Yeah,
that's great, right? That's a big thing. Quitting a job and moving forward is not a easy decision, right? That's a big one. Really appreciate it. I'm so happy that you are moving forward. Congratulations. I like your glass, your specs. A good model. Huh? It's a US model. Okay.
He's in mute.
You are in mute mode. Okay.
It's an Italian brand.
Italian brand, huh? Okay. Saudi Arabia to America, from there to Italian glass. Huh? Balu. It's a different Balu, second version of Balu. Huh?
Ignesh, can I see that once again? I think I missed your glasses.
Oh, really? Okay, nice. Maybe he's not in the. Let me spotlight him. You can see right now.
Yeah.
All right, nice. All right, good. Okay, let's get back. So people, you have more introduction, so don't worry. I will come back to you again. What we'll do is we'll go some subject again and come back. So that'll give some rhythm for the class, right? Are we agreeing with this? Because you would have prepared some introduction script. And I should not spoil the rhythm. We'll come back again. You should not feel, man, I was ready with the script, man. You didn't ask me. Okay. Meantime, I see some of them in the YouTube also. Hey, I appreciate that. People have given the introduction. Samir gave some info. Anushri has given some info. Samir Chinmay has given some info. And Samir is asking a question. What is this lucky draw? Okay. A quick information. What we do in ShriLearning is every batch, like a PMI-ACP or PMP, we want to encourage people by introducing a lucky draw we post it in the internet where people will apply for it, saying that I want to go for it. So we do the lucky draw concept, right? Hundreds of thousands of people, they apply, then we pick it up one among them and give the whole course free of cost. Okay, it is not about the free, it's all about encouraging people to learn more. So we invite someone and say that, guys, you are part of us, so you don't need to pay anything. So that's the way we do. And next time when you see something like that, you can click for yourself or your family members later. Hope I explained you. All right. So what we'll do is we'll get to the subject and again come back here. And thanks a lot for everyone who introduced yourself. Really inspiring. I have a few more people. I'll come back again by introduction. Now what we'll do is we'll get to the subject. All right. You can put your mic and cam off mode. So we'll go to the subject. I want one confirmation from everyone. My audio, video is good and you're able to see the screen perfectly. Everything works for you?
All good, Shriram.
All good, right? So in Zoom, we have a feature on the right top. You have something called side-by-side speaker view. You can choose that option, side-by-side speaker view. So what will happen is one portion you will get the slides, other portion you can see the speaker. So you feel like you are listening a class in person with someone. So that's a feel you get. And usually I tell in the class, I know I sometimes behave like a school teacher. Please have a paper and pencil next to you. It's a good habit. Write down at least a keyword which is good for you. And keep that mobile little away from you. That is important. And people sitting in the class, drink more water because you get more energy spent listening to something, or you don't sleep well, still drink more water. Your body needs that. Fluid is more needed so that you feel energetic whole class. If not, after some time, the level goes down, your listening ability goes away. In a day of 24 hours, hardly you spend maybe 40 to 90 minutes good listening in the 24 hours. Good achieving people listen more than that. They listen more than 3-4 hours per day. So they get more successful in life. People moderate, they'll listen very less. People don't achieve anything, listen very less. In a whole 24 hours, they work for someone's agenda. Some email came to you, you reply to them. Somebody called you, go for the meeting. In the meeting, you use mobile. Something you keep doing, nothing listened. Whole day gone. End of the year, why promotion is not happening? How it will happen? So you have to listen well carefully. So when you're in the class, listen carefully. And if you feel a little disturbed, stand and walk something, drink a water, come back and listen. Listening is a key for success in any part of your life. Okay, with this we'll kickstart. All right, I'll play a short video now. A video to talk about something about the project management. I picked up some video which talks about global mega trends. Before I play this video, let me ask you the question. You are also witnessing a lot of trends around you. What do you think is a big trend in the market right now? It could be from any industry. What is a trend you feel from your mindset? Let me listen a couple of words from YouTube and from here in the chat box or in the voice.
Boss, right now the digitalization is
Nice.
getting into the highway, especially after the Corona. The healthcare sector is like completely getting into partial electronic health recording to the complete health recording.
More digitalization in medical industry. That's a good trend. Okay, nice. Thanks, Balu. AI. Samir says artificial intelligence is booming up. Yeah, we are talking AI for last maybe 15, 20 or 30 years. But now we see AI is getting applied in our day-to-day life. When I was doing my master's in computers, it was education on the paper, one of the paper. But now I'm seeing AI in my home, in some object, something getting used here. Okay, that's a mega trend. All right, anything else you feel the mega trend happening? Okay, so what I do is I'll play this video. Let's watch what industry says. See if this matches with what you are thinking in your mind. I'll play the video. You can increase the volume in your computer as well so that you get a better sounds for you. Data science. That's right, Saurabh. Data science. Data plays a big role. Let's get in.
Global Megatrends 2022. The world is learning the value of becoming more agile and reimagining new paths forward to face our most urgent challenges. PMI actively monitors and researches the complex forces and interactions that are reshaping our world. 6 megatrends stand out based on their impact and implications for projects across the globe. Digital disruption. There is almost no field of endeavour free from the constant drive of technological change. The pandemic has greatly accelerated an expansion of digital tools to enable online collaboration and remote work. Other technologies like cloud computing and artificial intelligence continue to enhance the customer experience, boost employee efficiency, and improve project outcomes. Transformation has now become the new normal. Climate crisis. Following a short-lived decline in CO2 emissions due to lockdowns, there is no sign we are growing back greener. Organizations must take more responsibility for the environment, with sustainability built into every process and project, if the world is to curtail the damaging effects of global warming. Demographic shifts. Organizations will need to find new ways to alleviate worker shortages and close the talent gap. While many developed economies are experiencing a rise in effective retirement age, this won't offset the overall decline. The need for skilled project leaders and other change makers will only increase as industries become more projectized. Economic shifts. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed long-standing supply chain vulnerabilities. Some countries are looking to restart core manufacturing industries and diversify single-source supply chains. As communities re-examine their attitude toward globalization, there's hope that our interactions may develop a greater sense of social consciousness. Labour shortages. There is a departure of employees and a loss of institutional knowledge happening around the globe. Organizations will need to reset the employer-employee relationship to create a successful retention culture, improve social impact initiatives, and provide greater recognition and rewards for employees. It's a shift that promises to last for decades to come. Civil, civic, and equality movements. While organizations have increased their efforts to improve diversity, equity, and inclusion, many challenges remain. We will increasingly see boardrooms, offices, and project sites become the setting for real change and collaboration, because business connections begin and end with genuine human connections. In the foreword to the Global Megatrends 2022 report, PMI COO Mike DePrisco states, "Understanding the trends affecting our world is only the first step to overcoming them. My hope is that this year's Megatrends report educates and inspires changemakers and organizations worldwide to deliver impact, and we look forward to helping them. Together, we can make ideas a reality and solve the world's most pressing problems."
All right, that's an impressive video. Now, why I play this video? The intention behind is you should or would have observed some of the key things where they call it as a trends here. Did you observe that they cover two factors? One is about technology, data, and also they spoke about people. Did you found that trending of labor shortage, trending of leadership high demand? Did anyone observe that concepts? Do you? The reason why I ask this question is, if you observe this a little carefully, there is going to be a great demand for more people in the market. Specifically, there are countries which is really having a tough time for the labor finding. I know a country like India or countries which is fall under some of the areas where they have more population, where people feel that I'm not getting a job. Will I get a job? For your surprise, I'll tell you, many countries are worried, will I get a people to do this job? Is it a good news for you if you're looking for a job? I'm sure it's a good news. But they didn't look any people. They look for the qualified, knowledgeable, talented people. Because sometimes we take it for granted because they need more people, they'll recruit just like that. Don't do that. You should improve your skills. And there is a high amount of shortage in many countries. The countries, I think one of the trends they said about most developed economies getting aged. So they need people, more talented people. So now you have to grow up your skills. In what areas? The first word of this mega trend starts with the word agile. Do anyone observe that? The first word is agile. The world is moving more on agile. That doesn't mean that every day you have to follow something what says in agile characters, but still agile essence should be in your day-to-day life. You have to start using it in day-to-day life without realizing you're doing it. Like how do you drive a car after 3-4 years of practicing? 3-4 years or 5 years, 10 years, when you drive the car, it is part of your life. You don't need to think too much. Just get in, you put the ignition, and you don't know how you did, but the car is keep moving. You did everything. You put a side belt, you lock the door, you're seeing the rear mirror, this mirror, that mirror, drive it. You eat food, you take a phone call, keep doing. How it happens? It went to subconscious mind. Your brain works really well. Now the world is moving towards agility. How this can be in your subconscious mind, not just like that every time you think, how do I am driving? That's not the way it is. So now to do that, let's do some learning process. Now in front of you, you see a pie chart. You see a pizza, right? You see a pizza here. So a pie chart shows about a list of domains, what we're going to learn in the class, starting with the domain number 1. It talks about agile principles and mindset. And then we go for a value-driven delivery. Then we have a stakeholders team. These two are people domain, straight away and people domain. Some of you who come from PMP background, you would have spent time in these chapters to read something about the people. Then how planning works in Agile, we learn them. Then how a risk management happens in Agile. Then how do you improve continuously? Plan, do, check, act, deeming cycle. In this whole, there are some percentage given below this. Can somebody make a guess what this percentage could be? Any thoughts? What this percentage will represent?
It is a number of
exam questions.
Exam questions, rightly said. So if it is 120 questions exam, when they say 60%, how many questions you can expect in this domain? Wild guess, calculations. Around 20 questions, approximately. Shriram, in the morning hours, you're making me to do a lot of calculations, man. I'm so weak in mathematics. It's okay. So around 20 questions you're going to get in the exam, which is going to be on this domain, right? And then furthermore, we have something called value-driven delivery, 20% and 70%, 16% goes on. Do I need to read in this way by looking at the percentage? The answer is no. But at the same time, at least you're aware of these areas, these many questions going to come. This PMI is not done in PMP exam, right? They go so deeper and tell each specifically what it is. They're given at the high level, people, process, and business environment. But here they're a little more 7 domains are split properly. They're given so information. Now, this trend is followed for so many years. PMI has not changed it. ACP pattern, we are doing exams for a bunch of years. So you will not see more toughness in the exam because a lot of question papers are available, question model is available. But only problem people get in the exam is not understanding Agile as a whole. Why I'm using the word as a whole is Agile means many things that it's for software industry, number 1. Number 2, Agile means daily stand-up, scrum meeting, or planning. This is where the restriction was there. If we can come out of that, it is not only for software industry, anyone can follow. At the same time, it is not some ceremonies, some events. Agile is something beyond that. If you start getting that feel, you get into the mega trend of what PMI says. PMI says a mega trend is people are looking for Agile, solving problems quicker, earlier. For this only, we get into Agile. We'll talk more as it go deep inside. So what I do is I'll start with the first one, domain 1. Welcome to the first lesson. So some of you who are much aware of these topics, it will be a re-listening for you. For some of you very new, it's going to be good for you. We'll start with the first one. Fantastic. First, we have some exam content outline. PMI has this habit. When I say PMI, Project Management Institute, they have a habit. What is the habit is? Giving something called exam content outline, ECO. Before the exam, they'll tell you, in these areas, we expect you to have a knowledge. They didn't tell you in this area, we'll ask you questions. They tell you in this area, we expect you to have a knowledge. This knowledge you can gather from any books. They've given you 12 books, but you can go beyond that also. Or you don't need to read any book. You practice it every day, still you can write the exam. It's up to you. Since we are new, we are learning this concept newly, it is good to read the books. So first domain is Agile principles and mindsets. What they're expecting. A person who is exploring, embrace, and apply. Look at here, explore, embrace, apply. What do you have to apply? Agile principles and mindset. This is what I have to explain you. What are the principles? What are the mindsets? I have to explain you. Within the context of project, team, and organization, little careful here. Project, team, and organization. Both we have to talk here about our team formation, our organization. Because of late we see Agile is not only at the team level. It's at the organization level. They call organizational agility, or they call business agility. If you come with the classes called SAFE, there is something called scaled agile, SAFE. The first term they start here called business agility, BA. Business agility. I'm not talking team doing agility. Whole company is in agile format, how it works. So let's start one by one. Number one. First thing, Agile. What is Agile? Agile is considered as an empirical process. So what is an empirical process? Look at this picture. A black line and a blue with the stars are there. Can you tell me what this picture represents? What they mean by straight line, what they mean by some dotted and some direction changes. What could be this? Make a guess out of it. Let me know.
Moving target.
Moving targets. Okay, nice. So target was here, then it moved here, then it moved here. Is it a mistake that targets keep moving? Why they have to move the target? What is your thought?
Because of change,
Change.
Yeah. So you can always expect, of course, we always say in ACP is that we should be adaptable, right? You don't know what can change in future. We need to be flexible. The need can change. The expectation can change with time. So that could be the reason that it's empirical, saying that, okay, we don't have a plan. We don't keep planning. It can change with time, and we should be adaptive.
Rightly said. Rightly said. I like these words. One is moving target, other one is a change because of market trend, because of customer expectations. But Shriram, this is not the trend 100 years back, 50 years back. Why suddenly? Let's see something about it. Industrial work typically uses a defined process. What is a defined process? I know target is from A to B. This is what we have to achieve. Even today, many market, many business behave in this order. I know what is B. I have to travel towards it, where we use a defined process, for which we call as a predictive model, waterfall model, sequential model. You call it. You have different names for it. Is it anything wrong on that? Nothing wrong. Because I know B, I want to achieve. I can go define the process. Achieving a PMP certificate, define the process. Achieving PMI-ACP certificate, defined process. You want to travel with your family, could be a defined process. Getting a job may be defined, maybe not defined, because job market will keep on changing. Suddenly Russia announced there is a war. Suddenly COVID comes in. You would have thought something to do, but these things make the trends change. You have to change your course correction should happen. Now, while knowledge work, see, there is a difference between industry work and knowledge work. Many of you know about this. I would have discussed in PMP classes. I'm repeating again. If somebody new here, we are talking more about knowledge-based work, where we talk more of thought-oriented, brain-oriented, technical, knowledgeable. Work relies on empirical process. Some of us may not know this word exactly. Maybe you can Google it also. Empirical talks about trial and experimenting. Trial and experimenting. Why we have to trial and experiment? Rightly said someone here about target keep changing, keep moving. Talk about something about on changes, pushes from the market. Customer expectations of keep changing. Now, this is happening just like that? The answer is no. When there are many, look at this word, many unknowns and uncertainties. On what you will have unknown and uncertainties? could be on the requirements, could be on the technology, could be on the demand, could be on the need, could be on the taste. Things are changing. Now, when there is something like unknown or uncertainty level is very high, when you need some way of trying it, that is called trial and experimenting it. Now, I cannot go by defined process. A defined process tells that you collect all the requirements, design the whole feature and architecture for that, then start the work. It is good. Even today, if I want to do a house construction, that is how I have to do. I cannot apply empirical process in my house construction, which is going to be very expensive for me. Whereas I have some industries, some knowledge areas where I know I need this, but I'm not sure exactly how I want this. So I may have a lot of unknowns. I may have a lot of uncertainties. This will help me to get into something called empirical process, which is nothing but trial and experimenting, which in turn goes the term called iterative and incremental, or iterative or incremental. This is what we're going to learn whole classes. In PMP, you got some flavor of it, or you learn in some other places. Now, in the whole classes, we are going to go a little deeper into understand what is iterative, what is incremental in a step-by-step process. To start with the class, first get an idea. Agile is an empirical by these two lines of black and blue, where rightly said, the targets keep changing. I asked the question, is it wrong? And I got a response, no, it's not a wrong. It's a change because of demand, change because of taste, change because of some external situations which is not in our control, or change, that is how it is. Because we do work because we know there is a change needed in the market. That is why we're doing this work. For this, I cannot keep a rigid plan to do the job. So an empirical process helps us to trial and experiment. But how do you do trial and experiment? Because there are more money involved. There are more people involved. A lot of frustration can happen if you trial, it fails. Trial, it fails. Trial, it fails. And one day it succeeds. How many of us have the patience and money to invest on this trial and experiment? And there comes a process which helps us. You trial it, but still you won't get frustrated. For what we have to do? Whatever you tried, show me that. That's called incremental. I'll repeat again. When you trial and experimented, money involved, time involved, frustration involved. From whom? Customer. Customer so happy when you give a defined process like this. Give me on the month of January, you will get the delivery in the month of December. Very happy. 100 years, 50 years back, very happy. But now what happened is you give me on January, you no need to wait till December. I will give you something in the month of February. Even though I do trial and experiment, I'm showing some portion of work to you, what I have done. And this reduces the risk level very high. This also reduces that frustration level of what is going to happen. But is it applicable to all the industry? At present, no, because some industries still need a defined process. They cannot abruptly cut it down. But many industries slowly getting into digitalization. For having this kind of empirical process, you need quick turnaround. What is quick turnaround, Shriram? That's called agility. Something goes wrong, you have to revert back quickly. If you can do that, then your industry is slowly getting into agile. If your industry says that something goes wrong, takes a long time to fix it, then still it will be in a defined process. I'm not going to argue which is good, which is bad, because to me, both has its own value. Because in the market, some start arguing, that's wrong, this is right. Nothing wrong. Everything has its own value. Whenever you go for a business, depending on the business or thought process, demand, they decide how they want to take it. So first you understood Agile is an empirical process. I believe you have a paper pen, write it down, at least one line. What is empirical process? Trial and experimenting and learning and delivering the value. Let me go a little more down. Now let's play a short video, and this video gives empirical versus a defined process. What does this mean? What is empiricism? There is a word which is explained to you. Let's listen to this and again come back. Here we go.
Empiricism asserts that knowledge comes from experience and making decisions based on what is observed. For example, in Agile software development, the empirical process works by dividing work into workable bits. After each small workable chunk is completed, the team shows the work as is to the rest of the organization. Based on their inspection and observations after each delivery, the team can adjust and make any necessary changes. In contrast, with a defined process, each step is known upfront and can be documented and implemented end-to-end. For example, in the fast food business, making a burger has a predefined set of steps, which makes it easy for each new employee to learn the process and make a burger based on the instructions provided. To implement an empirical process in practice, we need to have 3 pillars of empiricism, which are transparency, inspection, and adaptation. Empirical process is built on the idea of inspecting and adapting instead of a step-by-step defined process. Since the external environment is continuously changing, empirical processes help you to remain flexible and adjust in any complex system. It allows us to gain knowledge by means of direct and indirect observations or experience. Empirical process is very helpful in software development, where the nature of product is mostly impacted by the uncertainty.
All right. It's a short video, but did you caught empiricism goes by experience? Somebody learns out of it and then apply for it. Now, apart from that, they explained the 3 pillars of empiricism. Do anyone capture the 3 pillars?
Yeah.
What are they?
So, yeah, that's transparency, inspection, and adoption.
Well said. Well said. Why that becomes a pillar? Any idea? For an empiricism, what is it? Trial and experimenting. Very good, nice. Or experience through which you learn. Why this should be the pillar to hold that building? Any thoughts? The word transparency. Why the word transparency stays as a pillar to hold this building?
To share the update with all the stakeholders involved and get their feedbacks.
Okay, getting feedback. Nice. I know your volume is a little lower down there, but what I understood is getting an open, transparent view of what we have done. I showed
what we have done. Yes,
exactly. I gave a clue about frustration. That word you can't see in the books, but that's a reality 20, 30 years. When I give something, I'm a little frustrated. What's happening? I ordered a pizza. I ordered something in the store. I'm waiting outside. 20 minutes, they said, but nothing has come. I'm feeling much hungry. I keep on looking at the man. When you will deliver, guys? Feeling hungry, man. What's happening? But now, if I know it's getting ready there, at least 50% done, this much is done, I'm fine. I'll wait. At least the boxes are getting ready. The billing is getting ready. They'll say, okay, sir, another 20 minutes, 5 minutes. So when you see something, when you know something, you're good, number one. Second one is a transparency on getting a feedback or giving a feedback. Now, transparency, what are the other 2 pillars you got?
Inspection and adoption.
Inspection and adaptation. Inspecting of what? Could be on the deliverable.
Work done so far.
So far. Inspection on the way, how do we work? That also can be inspected.
Yes.
Can be. That's called plan, do, check, act. So point is you keep a transparency. You inspect on what we have done, how we did. And the last one is adaptation. Adaptation is accepting and changing. Because this was the biggest thing in the 1970s and 80s. Adaptation cannot be done once they started. Because you gave the work, you gave the time, you gave the money. Now hold on until it gets completed. Whether you like it or not. Until it is over, whether it is useful or not. Until it has been completely done, until you really gave the requirement or not. They don't bother. Why they don't bother? Because the process is defined in that way that you cannot make adjustments. This customer knows, the people who does the work, they do know about it. But this was good for some business. When the agility or when the software industry came in the 1970s and 80s picked up, they found this doesn't work. But now what happened in the year 2022, what we're talking is, many industry are getting into digitalization and many industry are looking for how quick they can have a turnaround. When you want to have a quick turnaround, they want to bring this kind of empiricism in their system, which can have the ability to trial, experiment, get the experience, and then adjust accordingly. And this is a birthplace of Agile. So Agile starts here to do trial and experimenting of what they want as a result. Yep. All right, let's go a little more. Here comes something called DOI. This is something called Declaration of Interdependence. Shri, what is this, man? Now, what happened is when the Agile principles and the manifesto was written in the year 2001, I'm sure you're all aware that in the year 2001, 17 people of information technology guys, some top guys, they joined together, then written something called Agile Principles and Manifesto. They written 4 manifesto, 12 principles, which explains what is Agile or how this Agile should be applied and helpful for the people. So now this 4 manifesto and 12 principles set the essence of the ground for the Agile. Below this only, we have all this Scrum, Kanban, XP coming into picture. While this is happening, in the 2005, a bunch of people of Agile community joined together. They write something for interdependence. Precepts they written, nothing but the rules, the ways of doing things. For who they written it? In 2005, the co-founders of Agile Project Leadership Network, or they called as ALN, created a declaration of interdependence. I know there is something called Declaration of Independence, a declaration of interdependence. What they written here is they target on project management. They target on management. They don't talk only for the team, for the management. Agile and adaptive approach for linking people, project, value. 3 things you have to watch out. People, project, value. They talk about it. So now it is more focused on leadership. We are a community of project leaders that are highly successful at delivering results to achieve results what all expected. Some bullet points we'll see here. First thing in Agile, the mindset of leadership, the mindset of Agile thought process is to we increase ROI, return on investment, by doing what? Continuous flow of value is our focus. In Agile, they don't have something called start and stop. It will be like continuous flow. That is why you see iterative incremental. You keep giving regularly some value to the customer, which will focus on return on investment. By the way, these principles and the rules are written for management and leadership and for the people to tell that we keep intention like this so that the value keep delivering to the customer regularly. The second point is we deliver reliable results. When I say results, it is workable, usable, consumable by the customer by engaging the customers. This is an important point. How many of you here have a project where your customer is involved in your day-to-day job? Anyone here? Your customer is involved in your job?
Yes, I've been in a customer-facing profile for last 8 to 9 years. So
very good,
I know
very
how
good.
that works.
Do you think it's a painful or it is worth it?
I think a bit of both. If the feedback is really adding to a value, adding any certain amount of value to the project at any stage, it really is helpful. But sometimes I think it's project manager's job to clear the clutter and just focus on the actual positive feedback.
Well said, well said, well said. If you want to deliver reliable results, I want these people in my system. If the customer is not involved in my system, I'm going to have a tough time. It won't be a reliable one. I'll give something, again, it'll have corrections. Give something, again, it'll have corrections. That's important. Where we have a frequent interactions and shared ownership. I like this word, shared ownership. Ownership is not only for the company which does the job. The organization which gave me business, they're also part of it. This is again a thought process for Agile perspective of making sure deliverables is valuable. The third one, we expect uncertainties. I like this one. We expect uncertainties. Don't tell that, oh my goodness, I never thought it will happen. It will happen. That is why you saw empirical process. What is empirical process? You do a course correction. You do a change. You know that the plan is there, but your plan may not work all the time. It may change. It may change. You have to adjust to the change. You expect uncertainties and manage it through iterations, anticipation, and adaptation. You adjust accordingly. Of late, if you go for any travel, it doesn't mean that travel has to happen the same way. Sometimes the flights get canceled, or maybe the cab is not available. It's heavily raining in the place where you landed. You expect uncertainties. Even though you planned everything well, something can go wrong. But how good you are equipped in your mind. That's what Agile is talking about. We unleash creativity and innovation. This directly touches the people factor. unleash the creativity and innovation. The days were there where this all written in 2005 came impact of 1980s. In 1980s, you're not given much time and thought towards creativity and innovation. Rather, we have something called research and development team. I'm sure you all heard this word in your company, R&D. R&D means a different team. They will do research and development. There'll be some team who keep on working on the regular process. Now, by recognizing that individuals are the ultimate source of value, everyone in the company are valuable. Everyone in the company has a creativity and innovation. And that makes you to create an environment where ideas jumping in. You can hear about the Honda, how Honda developed their organization. You can hear about Toyota, how they developed. They encourage all the employees to talk about the process if they want any change. They encourage everyone to come up with new ideas and creativity. Whereas some of the Western culture, why you call Western culture? In Western culture, they have a concept called R&D, research and development. They have a separate department for that. That department only can think of research. Rest all you should not think about it. But this concept totally broke out when the Japanese model came inside, saying that anyone can come in, anyone can give ideas. And this is also one of the reasons Honda and Toyota grown up pretty faster. And now this is all part of Agile. By the way, for your information, most of the Agile concepts are derived from, have you heard this word somewhere? What do you see the screen? Have you heard this word? Lean management. I'm sure you do. Oop, very less. Okay, if you're not much heard about lean management is the front runner of most of the Agile concepts, which is talking more about a reduction of wastage and empowering the people, continuous learning. These all came from lean management concepts. I'm sure you would have seen somewhere lean concepts, Lean Six Sigma, we talk about it, but lean is a concept for a long time. Now, when you talk about unleashing creativity and innovation, talks about how to make people more frontline, not that being the backlines. We boost performance through group accountability. Again, here they talk about group accountability for results and shared responsibility for team effectiveness. This is again one other rule tells that let's go for group accountability. And the last one is improve effectiveness and reliability through situational specific strategies, processes, and practices. I'm sure this is all not directly in your day-to-day job. I don't see these kind of lines I read in my day-to-day life. You don't read it. This is an intimation and information to people who want to be a leader, who want to be handling Agile factors. Now, if you are getting into leadership model, you have to lead this declaration of interdependence, which also gives an idea in Agile how leadership can be effective enough. Only 6 bullet points. And they didn't go further deep. They just gave the 6 points, say that if you are a leader, if you are looking into great results as an outcome, keep these points in your mind. Yeah. Okay, but don't worry, this will not be part of exam. They'll ask you, can you tell me the point number 2, point number 3? They don't ask like this, but this can be blended in your question. They want to see whether you expect uncertainty in business. They'll expect you those kind of thought process in the exam question paper. Let me go a little more down. Let's talk with one question. Let's see whether you can get it up. I believe some of you are aware of what is a T-shape, what is I-shape. All right. Let me see the answers coming up. Nitish has given an answer. Let's see if everyone get an answer. Everyone can use a chat box. You can fill your answers. People in the YouTube, you can fill the answers there. Samir has given in the YouTube. Chinmay has given. Vinitra has given. Lalit has given. Okay. I'm waiting for the rest of them to fill your answers. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing answers are jumping between A and B. And also I have some of them like D. Let's listen. So why do we think A is an answer? Nitish, you want to justify it? Maybe you are in mute mode. I can't hear you clearly. Is somebody speaking? I'm not hearing anyone here. Okay, let's go to the B. Why B could be an answer?
Hello.
Yes. Yes, please.
Yeah. So see, T-shaped people team. The keyword here is the accept. So if you see the answers like A, C, D, so these are the characteristics and the in the team of the people of the T-shaped. So cross-functional team is definitely because the person of a T-shaped profile is good in one area and has a broader area also. Self-organized is also a characteristic, and this removes the risk also. So the best possible answer in this is the B, because it is not the only reason of the T-shaped people. Just because of that reason, the forming of the smaller teams happens. So there can be another reasons also. So that's why I selected B.
Okay, nice. Thanks, Lilith. Appreciate your explanation. Any other thoughts here? Okay, let's go to the answers now. So now the question is looking at something. T-shaped people are more suitable for agile teams than I-shaped. If you're not aware, T-shaped means a person who is depth in one area, also broader in other couple of areas. As you know, the word or the letter, if you see T, someone is a depth in one, broad. This is broad, this is depth. This is how the market is looking for, because they call us a multi-stack knowledge person who can be used in different places. Whereas when I go for a I-shape, you have depth in one area. Really good, really good. But still, market is looking for a person who can handle more than one thing. Why? Various reasons, because you have to have a team which is capable of doing multiple things. A commando team. If you go to military operation, they have a commando team. The commando team, there'll be 30 or 20 people. You have to just tell them what is the goal. They will change their roles within them and they'll complete the task. There'll be 10 people, 15 people team of the commandos. They go to a different location. They can build the bridge on their own. They can repair the vehicles. They can climb the mountain. They can climb the wall. They can jump. They can run. They can swim. They interchange their roles, but they work as a team. So now for this, they expect T-shaped people. This is a military concept. They use it. And that is now coming into industry as well. They don't want a person says, I'm so specialist on one area. Of course, it's needed in some industry. Some industry looking for how can I have a people of both sides. So that's why we have a T and I. Now the question is, they're talking about all of the following are benefits. All of them are the benefits of having a T-shaped guy, which I said about the military person on the team, except one of that is not a benefit. What is that? So for which I said,
so D would be a right answer here, I would say. I mean, because these, they remove the risk from the project. Ideally, we talk about the word sometime known, unknown, unknowns, right?
Yeah.
So the risk is something which we don't know. It can build over a period of time. Okay, it can happen during the the project start date till the end date. So looking at the first option, cross-functional teams, yes, it can help because it depends on case-to-case basis, because what kind of skill required for that cross-functional team. It helps in forming smaller team. Yes, in Scrum, we want to have smaller teams between 8 to 9 people so that, we work. But when I look at the word accept, so in the first 2, 3, we feel that it is all part of the, the activity. Yeah. So D would be my answer. Yeah.
You made it right. Good explanation. I appreciate it. Okay. Thanks a lot for everyone who gave the answers now. Answer is D. In agile communities, people with expertise in one domain, less developed skills in associate areas, and good collaboration skills are known as T-shaped people. In multiple areas, you have it. For agile projects, it is preferred to have a team of self-organizing, T-shaped, cross-functional team generalities. You go to multiple areas. However, having T-shape doesn't remove the project risk, rightly shared. Risk is a risk, keep going to come up. It can reduce, but it cannot remove. The word is remove here. It can reduce risk. You all agree? Risk level will go down? Yeah, possibly. It can go down, but you cannot eliminate it totally. Risk is always there. So as a question target on accept, it goes here. So then what are the right things here, Shri? Right thing is this helps to create a cross-functional. I gave an example of an army commando team. It's a cross-functional. I was giving some example of somebody can climb, somebody can run. Same in your project. Somebody can design, somebody can test it. It's a cross-functional. They can do it. They help to form a smaller teams. Yeah, compact team, right? I don't want 100 people. I need 9 people or 10 people who are self-organized, who knows how to handle things. And they allows them to self-organizing. They know what to do. Once a goal is there, they know what to do. But goal should be there. That's why you are being a leader there. For example, there are some execution done by this. I'm taking the same example of commando teams. They give them the goal. They give the location. That's it. They will go complete, come back, report it. It is not like police officers. Police officers slightly different. Every step they need instruction. They want an approval from the top management. Can I open the fire? Can I make this a step? They'll ask questions. But commando, only the goal. Go and complete it. Because it's a very cross-functional team. There is nothing wrong here. I don't think police officers are bad and commando is good. The way of they develop, the way they form the team is like that. The team is formed for that reason. Now, when they say accept, will it remove all? I would say no. It will reduce the intensity, but cannot remove all. All right, I see some of them in the YouTube as well. Faidas missed the word accept. Yeah, in PMI exam, this word is so tricky word. We sometimes don't cover it that. Okay, Paurish, Chinmay, Samir. Good. Thanks for your answers. Appreciate it. Let's go.
Shriram, I have a question.
Yes.
So, I do agree about D. The word removes is something to be given focus. But then option B, this helps in forming smaller teams, right? So how come that is a benefit? I mean, how do you say that is a benefit for smaller team? So irrespective of whether T or I shaped. So
yeah, okay.
So I do agree D is the answer, but B also seems a little out of the way.
Is it? Okay. Define, develop, test, deliver. Okay. I'm sorry, I written the cross mode. This is the role usually the team does. I'm taking some little on the software industry. You can even take it from your industry or any industry you are. You can talk about define. You define the work. Define means elaborating the work, understanding the requirement. Develop means doing it. And somebody has to test it. You know, testing it. You have to deliver it. That is a deployment. Okay. Now, to do this, how many people you need usually?
Sorry?
When you want to define the work, develop the work, test the work, and deliver it, how many people we needed to do for one work? 4 people you needed. In some industry, what they say is we have a T-shaped person. One person can do this all these 3 tasks. If you go for an I person, one is so specialist on only talking requirement, business analyst. Development, only the engineer who knows how to do the work. Testing, I need a testing industry. Test engineer is needed. Delivery, for delivery itself, I need some person. There are industries, not only for software, there are many industries. They have some T-shaped people who can define the work, who can also do the work, who can also test the work, who can also deliver it. One person can do all. Capable. Am I going to use them? It's up to you. They're capable. Same person can do the bowling, can do good batting, good fielding. That's called T-shape. So I don't need too many people. I can reduce it so that efficiency can go high. Doesn't mean I don't want more employee. I need employee. I can use another T-shaped person, another work. I don't want to put everybody in one place. That's the intention of some of the agile teams. Hope you're with me on this.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, some places, not all industry. We have to be really careful. If you go to medicine industry, some places eye is needed. T doesn't work there. In medicine, eye surgeon cannot tell I will do eye surgery, also I'll do kidney surgery. I mean, no, you can't. You do one area. You focus on one. In some industry, some area, there is an opportunity. Yeah, same person can do multiple places on need basis. I'll be very careful. Need basis, not all the time. All right. Thanks for that question. I appreciate it. I'm sure it's a pretty late night for you as well. Sitting in Pacific.
Okay. Yeah, Shriram.
Okay.
10 p.m.
So 10 p.m. 10 p.m. is fine, right? After 12 a.m. only we start thinking, oh, it's late. Okay. Thanks a lot. Sitting late. Let's get in. We'll talk about something about being agile and doing agile. Look at the screen. Look at these words and let me know what pops up in your mind before I explain something. 2 words are here, being and doing. Okay, what philosophy pops up in your mind? Any thoughts? Yes, Gayatri.
After being agile says like, okay, I know the practice and I know all the concept and all these things, but doing agile means, okay, we actually keeping that mindset and we practicing real time all those practices.
Okay.
We cannot be doing agile without being agile. First, it has to be there in the mindset and our thought, and then we start doing it. Nice.
That's a good way of telling.
Yeah. So my thought would be is first is we embrace it, right? We believe in it. So till that time we believe in it, we would not able to do it because I might be saying it, but I don't believe in it because I'm just preaching. So first is to embrace it. That means I believe in the the practices, and I know that it will definitely help. So that should be the mindset, because we are coming from the mindset, right? Saying that, yes, I believe in it and therefore doing it. So yeah, that could be my thought.
Okay, nice. Nice. I appreciate it. So look at some words here. Agile is a mindset. They keep on saying this word mindset again and again. Sometimes I feel that, man, why these guys are repeating it? And Agile is a defined values, guided by principles, and manifested through different practices. The whole this sentence is given here in the picture. I believe this is the brain of you or brain of me, if in case we have it. So if it is this brain, first you have to digest that concept. Then they say there are 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Same way there are 12. 4 and 12, this was written in the year 2001. Anyone who follows this, along with this mindset, if you follow these values and principles, they are called as a Scrum. They are called as XP. They are called as a Kanban. It goes on. Few more are there. New may also come in future. But up to which area it is being agile is all together getting up. But why we have to do that? The correct way to implement agile and an ineffective way to implement agile. You can see here, it's a correct way, it's an ineffective way. Then why we keep learning all these methods and we practicing in your office every day, Shriram? You're telling it's ineffective. The reason is, first people have to digest the agile thought process. What is agile thought process? Quick response to the customer. Thinking the value delivery is important than delivering something. This Friday, I have to give it. Whether it is working or not working, somehow I'll deliver it. That is not the intention. Intention is when you give something, it should be workable. Okay, Shriram, I thought this Friday I have to give something to the customer. But you know what? Thursday night or evening, we found it is not working. Now what to do? Be transparent, be open. Tell them that, yes, it is not working. Or take feedback and do retrospective to understand why we could not deliver it on Friday, even though we committed for it. Be open enough to accept the mistakes and have the courage to try and fail. That's what the empirical process, trial and experimenting. There a lot of failures can happen. If it is a well-defined process, I would have gone to predictive model. Why should I came for agile? I came for the agile because I know it may fail. I know there will be some learning curve. I know there is some feedback going to happen. So now you should accept, yes, failures are there, but for that doesn't mean that always I will fail. I will learn, next time do a better job. Now, this is a mindset, because in 1960s, 70s, 80s industrial model, a failure is punished. Somebody can't deliver, it's punished. Your contract getting cancelled. You won't get the money back. Your company is penalized. A team member can't do it, considered as a low performer. You have been thrown out of the company. Now, that is not the way we work from 1990s and 2000, where we start seeing this is a brain-related work. A brain at times can solve that. The same brain cannot solve it. This is not the work where you lift a cement pack, throw it there. Lift the pack, throw it there. Lift the pack, throw it there. 100 cement packs to the truck. I can load it. One thing you need is physical strength, or you need a machine to carry that cement packs. But this is a brain, knowledge, creative work. In this work, I have people who can do it in 10 minutes. Sometimes the same work can take 3 hours. But how do you accept it? It's a mindset of digesting that in agility, even though we have to explain to the customer faster, give it faster, but also accept that certain things can happen here. This is on the people side. Other side, to the customer factor, how much I'm understanding the customer. There is something called Gulf of Evolution. How much I'm able to read from the customer's requirement perspective. Am I going to do some course correction on need basis? Or I'm going to force that on my customer, this is what you ask, this is what you want, this is what I will deliver. No. How much I'm taking feedback from my customer? How do I do? So this mindset is a belief system. Until if you believe your employee is a knowledge worker, failures can happen. Your customer is a human being, changes can come. Failures, changes. This belief comes in, you understand, okay, we live in a world where changes are possible. But you have to be a little careful here. You cannot take it as granted, always failure will happen, always changes will come. This is all on need basis. But this acceptance is going to be an agile thought process. Now, how this belief system works, it's something like somebody believing a God. Oh, seriously? Yeah. Only when you have a belief, all your rituals make sense. But what happens in some places? Rituals are done, but there is no belief, there is no trust. So they do all the mistakes after the rituals. Many people go to temple, church, mosque, but in a personal life, they do a lot of mistakes. Why? Why? They didn't get that being that human, being that God. You don't have it. For which you don't have to go to church or a mosque or a temple. If you are good at you, that's fine. You're already being the person you want to be. So you can see in the world, many people practice a lot of rituals. They fight for the God in the roadside. But in real life, they do a lot of mistakes. The reason is they didn't get that belief properly. If you get the belief, rest all is just a practice. Now, I know I don't want to go too much into spiritual and God factor, but just want to tell you that it starts from first accepting failures, accepting learning curve, accepting customers need it faster, accepting customers need changes, both the side, employee side, customer side, and market trend. When you do this, it's a mindset. Once you get this, now you look in the world, okay, I got it. Changes are possible. My employees can have failures. My employees are knowledgeable people. They will work better. I get this. Now tell me which process I should follow. Then comes Scrum, Kanban, XP, all. Unfortunately, people start from there. I will do Kanban. Okay, you do. I appreciate it. Daily stand-up. Yes, I do appreciate it. But why we do this? That why factor is what? Being agile. And how factor is what? Doing agile. Hope I gave some info to you. Did you got that? Hope you got some info. Now, let me ask this question. When I say this values and principles, imagine these two does not exist. And we have only these practices which you do every day. Do you think still it will be very successful in the world? when we have daily rituals happening, but we don't have any values, any principles? Will it be successful? Any thoughts? Yep.
No, it will be very difficult because I think quite a few examples you already shared. It would be like a forced upon kind of a situation where people are not willing, and it's been told to them, saying that this needs to be followed. So they don't believe in it, and they don't accept it. Yeah,
I like the word you use, right word, force. Forcing is happening. Sometimes with the children, this is what happening. When you give all this ritual on them, they cross question you. Why we do this? My mom don't have any knowledge. My dad don't have any knowledge. My grandfather is a dumb guy. They gave these practices. After some time, this guy grows up and start reading the whole belief system of your community, your culture, your religion, your whatever belief system. Then they say, oh, this is my grandfather said. Why don't he say this at the age when I was 5 and 6? I would have been a better person now. Now I've crossed some years. I've done a lot of mistakes in my life. Chances are I would have corrected it at the age of 10 and 11. So the problem is many don't learn the base. They directly go to the practices. I'm still connecting with some of the religion factor, this practice factor. Don't take it wrong. I just say that because it is a way market is or industry is working. We directly get to the practice rather learning why it is happening. When you learn why it is happening, practice makes more sense. So in these classes, you're going to learn more about why we do this and how we do this. Both are needed. That's why PMI-ACP is a good certificate in the market. When somebody completes the certificate, go to the industry, you will not debate with somebody arguing for Agile. You'll just keep quiet because you start practicing already. You start digesting as why it is needed. Both happens. You become an Agile guy. That's a point. Thanks a lot. Let's go a little more. I see something from the chat also. Being Agile means the mindset. Very good. Very good. Nice. Appreciate it. Let's go a little more. Again, one more points here, circle here. Now I'll ask some questions here. You see few circles like an onion here. Now let know which one you are applying. Tools and process, practices, principles, values, mindset. You can be transparent and open enough. Which one you see more in your office? More in the office. When I joined my career some time back, I have seen more of tools and process. Very heavily they follow some of the tools which is in the market. Nothing wrong. They do a lot on that. And later point, slowly I started seeing people started talking about the mindset in the company. But it took years. Do you see something like this in your corporate? Do you see something in your office? No.
So the first three we see: tools, practices, and principles.
Nice.
Yeah, of course, values from the organization values, yes. But then what happens is this is something they believe from the process bit of it, right? Structure bit of it, saying that we need to have control in place, a process in place. If something goes wrong, there has to be statutory requirement, regulatory requirement, controls. But values and mindset is something which they expect you to, as a behavior, they expect you to practice, right? I mean, saying that, okay, now we believe in this mindset because now we have both, you have your goals, you have a behavior goals. So from the behavior point of view, they expect you to have values, mindset, embrace that, culture to deliver. Yeah.
That's nice. Thanks for that input. Appreciate it. Yeah. See, we highly see this, this onion kind of thing, talking about tools, practice, principles, values, and mindset. Now, why they put as layers is there is no force that you cannot tell I use a lot of tools, but I'm not using mindset. But the thing is, when you have this bubble of a mindset superset, inside that, if we have these values coming up, it makes sense. If not, it'll be only a ritual we follow every day. So they don't want to stick to us telling, follow only the rituals, rather get to the mindset of doing this. Shall we keep on telling what is mindset? What do you want to say by this? There are some 6 points put up here. Welcoming the change. I gave a clue from the customer, welcoming the change. Working in small value added increments. All the time, give some increments to the customer, which makes them feel that something is moving forward. use building a feedback loop. This is a very important thing from 1980s where the feedback loop was introduced, because feedback loop was not there from the customer side or within the team, both the side. Learning through discovery. This is called a failure. They call fail fast. I'm sure you heard about this term called fail fast. Value-driven development. Failing fast with the learning. You go back and learn and come back again, try. You do research on that. You do continuous delivery. You do continuous improvement. This is what your last chapter in your book, continuous improvement. Now, there's a whole terminology is what we see here. It's all about agile principle thought process, where we say that how do you accept according to the market demand and need? For this only, we keep talking about being agile and doing agile. So it talks about a culture. How do you take it as being a person of agility? Behavior is what you do in a day-to-day life. Now, this all philosophy looks good, Shriram. Now, how this works? Let's see more onto this. We have to go to break in a few minutes. Before that, I'll see something I can share with you. There is something called Agile Mindset video. Let's watch this video, what this guy talks about Agile Mindset. Then we'll plan for a break. Here it is. Let's go.
Written in 2001, basically software methodology people came together and wanted to articulate the different way of working that they had been doing compared to what the rest of the industry was doing. Really, Agile is a mindset. It's a way of thinking that's defined by 4 values, described by 12 principles, and then manifested through an unlimited number of practices or different ways of working. And it's simply a deep understanding and culture of learning and experimentation and trying things out. Any creative work will benefit from this notion of an agile way of working. One of the misconceptions about agile is sort of why, right? Why do I want to become agile? Is it just to be more efficient and more effective? And I think for some people, they may say yes, but for me, it's not that. It really is about customer centricity. Agility is the best way to serve your customer, right? The customer today is in a constant state of motion. There's a lot changing for customers at all times. And acknowledging and understanding that because I want to be more customer centric and that the customer is in a constant state of change, I need to be more flexible, agile in the way I work. And when I say I'm saying, marketing people, HR people, finance people, product development, content creators, sales, any discipline, any function that is trying to serve a customer. Agile becomes a necessity, not a nice to have, because you will not be able to truly surprise and delight and fulfill the needs of your customer without having a way of working where we are co-creating and trying things out and experimenting and inspecting and adapting and innovating and being okay with failure. It is a different mindset. It is a different set of capabilities. And I think if you just boil it down to doing things differently, that's all you're going to do. You're just going to do a bunch of things differently. But if you want to be a different person that is ready for, the next century of how business is done and creative work and customer centricity, that requires a journey, a learning journey for yourself. But it's a journey worth pursuing because it will change you, and it will change the way you work, and it will change what you can do for your customer.
If you got one word from this video, what will be that one word clicked in your mind?
Change.
Okay, yeah.
It's all about now customer centric, right? I mean, we are talking about what customer wants and needs are.
Exactly.
Value driven delivery model. They have to come back again and again to us. Yeah.
Exactly. Customer centricity is a key one, and change every word. I think the main word I will first give focus on customer centricity. But why the Agile pressing like this? It was a problem years back. Anything a problem, we find a solution. So it was a problem maybe 40, 50 years back, 100 years back. But you mean customer is not interested or focused? They did, but they started giving generalized solution. One car, anyone should use it. You don't worry whether it is an elderly person or you are a woman who is conceived or somebody have a knee problem. We don't bother. A car is a car because that's a model we had. One company, monopoly, that company decides what has to be done. So they make a decision, everything, world will work accordingly. That's not the way currently, right? You look at, is it a woman conceived? If she can get inside the car, how can I adjust the seat sizes? How can I move my seat in forward? Elderly parent want to get inside the car, what to do? You start seeing from the customer's perspective. I'm talking about the car industry, which don't change just like that. Now we are living in a digital world where it will change just like this. If that's the case, I have to be so careful enough whom I'm working with, why I'm working with, what I'm going to do for them. If that's the case, I have a lot of competition. If this is highly competitive, if you don't give value, you don't stay in the market. They'll throw you out. They'll say, thanks guys, I found another guy. Now the customer centricity is not for someone else, it's you. When you use WhatsApp, you expect customer centricity. Even though we don't pay it, it's a free service. But there are some places you pay the money. When you go pay the money, you expect you to be taken care. The greatest example is hotel or the resorts or the place where you go and stay, pay the money. Look at the way they handle. This I have not seen 10, 15 years back when my parents took us out. If you go to some financial segments, how they handle it now. The days back, I used to go and stand in the line to pay the money, get the money from the bank. So tough. Now look at the way how things moving on. Service oriented. Now they're looking for how can we be more good with the people. It's not about impressing someone. Be a little careful here. We are not working here to impress someone. We are being here to make sure people are happy because I'm also part of the people. I am part of them. This is what important. This is what the politicians talk in the stage before the election. I am part of you. But Agile is not like that. If that mindset comes, every product of you will come with high quality because you know that the product which you are going to give can be used by your father, your mother. Maybe you will use it one day. So you think in that perspective. That's called empathy. That's called customer centricity. Now comes your employees also in Agile. Your employees, your co-workers, how they do what. We'll talk more. So the major thing here is thinking from their perspective. That's what the factor. Once you know this, rest all is a practice. Automatically it will come in, right? I know I beat it heavily on this area. From here, we'll slowly move to a different segment. That's the way the classes starts. The classes have some information about why Agile, what is the centricity factors. And now from slowly we'll get into 4 manifesto 12 principles. Now, after the break, I'll explain about these manifesto principles you should learn. And then I have methodologies. I have to talk about Scrum, Kanban, extreme programming, lean management. After explaining these 4 methods, I have to go to Agile leadership. The first lesson comprised of why Agile, then principles, then some methodologies like Scrum and Kanban. If you already aware, well and good, but we'll learn more about it. And the last segment is Agile leadership. With this, lesson 1 gets end. Lesson 1 is a little bigger, also sets the ground clearly. In between, I'll bring some videos and questions like this. We'll keep up the learning process. Hope things are going good for you. And one quick information, we have something called a study plan. A study plan is something you create, you have a date, like Abhin was mentioning, he has a date. So imagine I have a date by January 15th, I want to write the exam, December 25th, I want to write the exam. You can give a date, your plan will get ready. So people in the YouTube or people here, you can utilize that plan to set a track for yourself. I will talk more about the exam date in some time. So now what we can do is you can go for a break. Quickly, what we have learned now is we saw what is PMI-ACP exam. We saw the eligibility for the exam. How many questions in the exam? 120 questions. What would you do? We saw that. Then we moved. There are 7 domains in PMI-ACP exam. In this, we took the first domain, Agile principles and mindset. The topic name is. In this, now we are seeing mindset. We learned some factors about mindset. Now from here, we'll start learning towards a manifesto principle. You're going to travel to this. All right. Any thoughts, any questions so far before we go for the break?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, Shriram, I just want to understand the difference between the professional and practitioner. So I noticed the word, in the PMP exam, it's a professional, and in ACP, it's a practitioner. So I just noticed today itself only. Before this, I thought it's a Agile certified professional only. So can you help me understand, and so that I can have a feel of,
why you do this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If a practitioner is not a happy word, will you say, no, I don't do this exam?
No, it's not like that, but I want to know the right reasons. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What is a Googled, you found out the meaning of the word practitioner?
Yeah, it says, 1 second, I've closed this.
Okay. Okay. Before you search for that, a professional is a person who has some systematic approach of delivering something. In PMP exams, you learned a systematic approach, right? You know people handling, you have a process handling, you have a business environment handling. You learned a way of doing things from the start to end of delivering something as a value to the customer. It's a professionalism. Like a doctor is a professional, a lawyer is a professional. You are also a professional project management. Somebody come and approach you for management. You will take the input from them. You will guide them to achieve something. Okay, that's a professionalism, like a doctor. Now, practitioner. In practitioner, what you're learning here is it has a different practices which talks on the base of Agile. Agile is a base. On top of that, we have a Scrum, Kanban, XP, different practices. You will be a practitioner to guide people to approach which model they like, or a hybrid model which you like. So now, there is not a big difference, but the professionalism is something about you guide the people to manage the whole as a whole. But here it is a practice of various segments like Scrum, Kanban, XP, or Agile principles, and make people to achieve some goal, right? That's the way it works. Hope it helps you something.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
But don't feel bad about a difference between professional and practitioner. Practitioner is not a low word. You should not feel, oh, professional is a big word, practitioner is a small word. Many doctors call themselves as a doctor, I'm practicing. They do MBBS and they do practitioner. Have you heard about it? They learned it, they practice what they do as a doctor. That's how they do. So don't feel bad. You have a good certificate with you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's move forward. I have one question from Vinatra. Human-centric and customer-centric. This is, I've not much heard about human-centric, Vinatra. What do they mean by human-centric by your definition? Have you seen that term? Not much. Okay, I didn't hear you, Vinatra. Your voice is not coming to me. Customer-centric, we keep hearing. Customer is a person, could be anyone, an end user, or could be internally in my company. I have my customer. One department to another department is a customer. So I treat them as a person who gives me requirements. I have to give them back. When you say human, it goes beyond that. I believe it goes so personal. I don't get a feel of why I should give to them. Customer means somebody who likes my product, somebody who needs something from me. That's the way I'm looking into. But human means I feel as individual person. I don't get a feel of part of the business.
Sorry, Shriram. So recently I was being asked if I had worked in a human-centric design environment. So I wasn't sure what I read a lot of case studies about it in medical field and all that. But medical. Here, when you were talking about customer centricity, I wanted to understand if both are the same. Is it something like involving customers' perspective on their emotions? Is it going to be the same or?
Okay, you read in the medical industry, the human-centric part, isn't it?
No, human-centric. I was being asked in a banking industry, but I wanted to know more about it, so I read about it. But what all I read was those case studies were under medical field. I understand. So I'm just trying to understand if both are the same.
Yeah,
is it Agile related?
Yeah, no. I didn't hear much about human-centric. That's a term maybe I've not much heard. As I think a minute back, I gave a thought that customer-centric is more about the person who is going to interested on my service, my product. Customer means a person who knows what I'm doing or who knows what they want. They come and approach me. It could be end user outside my company, or could be somebody inside my organization who needs my service, isn't it? In the same company, you have different departments. That could be my customer. But when it comes to human, it goes so personal. I think that is why the medical industry, you would have read it. It's about more on a personal, on some human factor. Maybe in the industry of medicine, they don't want to use the word customer. They want to use more human orientation or more emotional connections. So I don't see that exactly connecting with Agile here. I will stop with the word customer-centric. Okay. All right. Thanks for that. What we'll do is we'll take a 15 minutes break. I know some of you are late in the night, some of you in the middle of the day. Fresh up yourself, come back. We have another couple of hours of class. Now I'll start getting into the principles and manifesto. Thanks for being here. We'll connect another 15 minutes of time. Hello, everyone. This is Sriram working for ShriLearning, and it's a beautiful morning. I have Manoj in front of me, who hold big two achievements from PMI Institute. One is PMP, and now it's PMI-ACP. We were just chatting how things going on. I can see his background got changed after his PMP. The plant has grown much, and his face looking more bright. And we were talking about how growth are happening, and you see a lot of growth after PMP. First thing, congratulations, Manoj, for this wonderful achievement of PMI-ACP.
Thank you very much, Sriram. It was possible only because of your consistent motivation, consistent support, and 24/7 availability of the ShriLearning team. Thanks a lot.
Great. I know there's hard work behind this. Let's see the hard work and his certificate. Here it goes, Manoj Kumar. And a PMI-ACP certified, which is Agile certified practitioner. He's a beautiful one, and he's a program manager. He's a big shot right now. We can sense that the way he has his office set up at home. So how is your journey with the PMI Institute so far? The way of you learn PMP, ACP, how do you feel yourself on the journey?
Honestly, it's a fantastic, after doing PMP, I can sense that lots of change in myself. The way of doing the work, the way of thinking, and the way we plan the things, how the collaboration is happening, team coordination, lots of things that happen as a practical behavior. And I think PMI study is that is the one thing that makes it unique, that if we digest the principles and these practices, it change your life, beyond the imagination.
I like it when you said practice it, because when I see some get it as a certificate for a job or a salary, and some says I want to practice it, that is a pretty different, right? So you apply, you no more say that is theoretical, practical is different. No, both are same.
Absolutely. And I think, that is the secret of clearing PMI exam, any of the exam. I don't think till the time you don't digest the entire practice, you can't clear it. And that's the beauty of this exam, actually.
Well said, well said. So what is the domain you work for? What made you to think for Agile?
Hey, since beginning, my whole career in the IT domain only. And I'm working with IT teams. Currently, I'm leading multiple delivery for different verticals. In fact, I got multiple high-level opportunities within my organizations, great promotion, great salary hike after the PMP. And this was something my organization was also pushing me to complete the PMI-ACP. So before even they assigned me, I was already enrolled for it. In fact, I enrolled it just after completing my PMP. So
okay.
Last September, I completed PMP, and immediately after I joined your PMI-ACP batch. And this was pre-planned. Actually, I had multiple other certifications to do within an entire year. If you see my LinkedIn, you will see consistent post after 1 or 2 months. So I did now Oracle Cloud Network. So multiple certification I have done. And this ACP was actually pre-planned for the September month.
Yeah, we can see that here. A bunch of things are on the line. Huh?
Yes.
The list is growing.
Yes.
Solution architect, ASM, SSGB, MBA, IT. I think list will go furthermore, isn't it? Keep doing. Learning is always good. So as you said, IT as a domain and there is a role there. How do you prepare for this exam? Because is it only the book or how is your preparation model?
No, the very first thing I always suggest to my mentees as well, who were coming to me for support, the very first trust should be your regular classes, because your classes contain lots of activities that are very important to understand the Agile framework. Actually, that helps to bring those concepts in the practical life. So that's a basic difference between your live classes and the recorded session. So I always suggest everyone to complete the live session. After that, go for the next step, that revise the video recording, and two wonderful books, Agile Practice Guide and the Mike Griffiths.
Yeah.
These are the two books, I think, the kind of Wikipedia for ACP.
Okay. Yes, that's right. Well said. Wikipedia. Of course, there are a lot of good amount of content there in the books. Good to read. Nice to know. Now, one question people ask here is, I'm coming from PMP exam. I'm coming from CSM certified exam. How does the ACP exam look like? Will it be an easy cakewalk? And people are aware that it's 120 questions and it's 3 hours of exam. I just go click, I clear the exam. What is there?
No, absolutely. This is not the case. I would say PMI-ACP, the depth of knowledge that they are testing, it is even more deeper than the PMP. Yeah, so nobody should take it under granted. You need to prepare well. You have to practice it. You have to make your concepts very clear. Then only you can understand. There are so many questions when we get, very close answer, very close, and both are accurate. And I think that is where they try to isolate it, whether you are at target or beyond, above target. So if you are able to pick the best one, you are above target. If you are pick the second one, it's a target. That's how they mark you. I think that's my guess.
Understand. Yeah, that's a point there. Okay, good. So did you went to exam center based or you did it in home?
Always, my all exams are proctor based.
Proctor based at home comfortably. There is a thought in exam, if you do at home, lot of restrictions, you can't move here and there, and internet problem, power supply problem. So how do you go through this?
I don't think for these exams anybody will get any, even time or any opportunity to move here and there. Everybody has to be so focused. Second, the only thing you need to have just a good internet connection. That's all. And if it's your private computer laptop, it's an official laptop. Definitely, there are lots of security concerns, so that may create a problem. But it is always recommended to have your personal laptop.
All right, that makes clear for the people listening to the video. Okay, I can do proctor exam, safe and good.
I have given multiple exam, and it hardly takes 5 minutes to clear all this. Whatever the they have the procedure, it hardly takes 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, so somebody will tell Manoj, you are an IT guy, man. You easily did it. I'm not an IT guy. How can I do this? But the answer is, please read the emails from these institutes how to do this, and they have how to do frequently asked questions also, right?
No, I don't think if somebody start understanding what actually is Agile, I think everybody, irrespective of any domain, everyone is actually engaged in Agile practice somewhere. So it's just a matter of correlation, how you are relating your day-to-day activities with the Agile principles. Okay. And you start following. It doesn't matter whether you are from IT or non-IT.
Understand. Now the exam, 3 hours, 120 questions. Was the time sufficient for you?
More than I was able to finish in 2 hours 15 minutes.
Then you are going through some of the questions, revising it.
No. I never do any question for repeat or recheck. No, whatever I have one shot gone, I will proceed only when I am sure that okay, this is done. So I don't put any for review.
Okay, one shot. So 2 hours 15 minutes, you're done with the exam. You closed it. You saw the results. Over. Ah, man, that's a good speed, huh?
After around, I think after 40 or 45 question, I was sure that yes, it's in my kitty now. So I'm done with this certification.
Another one thing in Agile exams is Agile exams questions can be straight. How many team members can be in Scrum? Or what is the stand-up meeting timeline? But I keep telling PMI, don't do that. They ask more conceptual questions. So what is your thought there?
Absolutely, you're right. I don't think any question comes straightforward. There will be some scenarios based on that you have to find out. In fact, there are certain scenarios where you have to isolate which value or which principle is have to apply here. So that is also very important. So it's not the case that you will get any straightforward question. Lots of confusions are there. I think that is the PMI trick. They try to understand your focus and your patience, and that's the basic key, that you have to be very much clear with the concepts.
I understand. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Do you think your experience also adds value when you are answering such kind of questions?
Absolutely. If somebody is from IT background or an application development platform, they have some added advantage without any doubt. But it's nothing like that. No other domain people can do it. It is easily doable. It's only I believe all the PMI certification are actually don't focus on the content, but they try to test your determination, your consistency, and your patience. So if you are able to prove you in these areas, you can crack any of the PMI exam.
That makes a valuable point. Rightly said, Manoj, we get people now not only from one domain, specifically in Agile. Now I'm seeing many people are reading from construction, infrastructure, manufacturing, because Agile is becoming a buzzword. Everyone want to do that. But the fear what they have is, I'm not done Agile on a day-to-day job very deep. I know a little bit here and there. Can I clear the exam? The answer could be yes, because they're not going to check each ceremonies of Agile. They're not going to check each parameter numbers of Agile. They want to know, are you thinking in that angle of delivering value to customer? Isn't it? That's what the aim?
Yes.
Yeah.
So all about the way of working, actually. It's creating a mindset. Agile is all about the mindset. You have to change your way of working. That's all. It doesn't matter whether you are in IT industry or in manufacturing or in different.
All right. That's right. That's it. Super, Manoj. So how much your family is behind you for all the certification? Are they having a gun until you are not taking anywhere but you keep on doing certification?
I think they are habitual now. And I'm lucky that I have been getting consistent support from them. So I'm really thankful for them. Yes, I definitely, with work and all these kind of certification, I'm not able to give that much time to them. But they are pretty well aligned with my thoughts and my vision. So it's definitely a collective effort.
I like the words, man. You start using the words of Agile, aligned vision.
Yes.
You are spoiled by PMI. Okay, finally. You have any tips for the people who are preparing for exam or reading? Give something like this. What kind of mindset, what kind of reading, what kind of exam? 2-3 things if you can give, it'll be useful.
So for reading, there are I have seen multiple people are looking for so much content on the chat groups and different forums. I would say stick with your ShriLearning training model, or any person who is looking this video, maybe from other centers. Whoever is your coach, try to follow their instructions, stick to the study plan. And I would say make your weekly sprint. If you have decided something to deliver within a week, try to make sure it has to be done by Sunday. So whenever your week's starting, so that it is very possible that maybe you are not getting enough time in weekdays, depending on your work nature. But if you are putting it as a sprint delivery, definitely it has to be completed within 7 days. So that keeps you, disciplined and dedicated, and that will consistently add the value of your learning. Secondly, don't go for so many books. I think my graphic book is absolutely sufficient enough. If somebody has already done PMP, Agile practice guide is already done by that person. Maybe he can avoid it, but it's always good if they can revise it as well. I found one video series on Udemy from Joseph Philip. I think he has created just a video version of the MyGraphics. So if somebody is not good in reading the book, he can go for that course. I think PMI-ACP Prep Success is the name. It's absolutely the replica of MyGraphics.
Well, these guys two guys super good, Joseph, Philip, and Mike. They make such a good content, which you can easily get the concept.
Exactly, they are making life easier for
Seriously,
PMI.
appreciation to them. Really good job. I'd appreciate them.
And they're very responsive. They're very responsive. In fact, I tried to connect to once or twice, and they replied immediately.
Good.
They're very humble. Yeah.
I think that's a leadership.
Yes, that's a leadership. And last but not least, your mock test. Mock test is I think that is the decision maker. That is the key to get your success. Focus on your mocks and analyze all the right and wrong both answers. Personally, I have seen multiple incidences when I selected the answer that was right, but my perception was different when I selected that answer. But after reading the analysis, I found some different concept. So I always strongly suggest to analyze your right and wrong both answers.
Both you have to see. It's not only always seeing the wrong one. See the right as well.
Exactly. That is very important.
Perfect. Good. So special thanks to Manoj for coming up here and sharing these points. We understood about the proctor exam, books to read, weekly sprint, align with your family, share the vision with them. And also we understood after PMP, he got growth, isn't it? Shall we say something like that? Your growth went. Hey, hello. Welcome back. Hope Manoj was giving some valuable inputs. Was it useful to some of you? Any pickup from his success? Yeah, let me see quickly. Set it up. All right, let's get in. Kickstart. Hope the break was useful. You had some refreshment. Feel active. Okay. All right, let's go. I'll bring up some topic. Is everyone back here? Let's see them. Hands up, thumbs up. Hi, hello.
Yeah,
you there?
We are back.
Back.
Alive, active. Breathing. Okay, nice. In the virtual world, that's a problem, right? We ourselves shake our head. Yeah. From other side person who don't even know whether you are there or not. Same happens in office, isn't it? We keep asking, hey, there, you there? I was in mute mode. Yeah. Okay, nice. Okay, what I do is I'll bring up the content. We'll kickstart. Just confirm a few things. You're able to hear me well. You can see me. Also, the screen is visible to you. Is it everything going good? Okay. All right. I'm getting yes from the YouTube. How about the people in the Zoom? Are you getting it?
Yeah, yes, Shriram.
Yes.
Okay, nice. Fantastic. Nice. I know it's a morning hours, late hours, a little drowsy mode, but yes, you can also respond back in the chat, so that will help us to be in a two-way communication. If not, it'll be a one-way communication. Okay, let's move a little more. Here it is. We saw the video. Let's go to the next stages. There are a few learnings in the beginning to set the ground for Agile thought process. And one of that is about how this Agile thought with the organizational level of looking. What you see in the screen, what fruit or thing, is it an onion? Can we call it as an onion or orange? Some form here. So now let's consider this as an orange or an onion. Now this inner part is about thinking, do it and encourage others, where it starts from personal, team, and organizational. Now, why this is given in the PMI-ACP? They want us to think agility starts from us first. First, we need to think about agility. I think we had a lot of gyan about it last 1-2 hours. That's okay. We'll stop there. We'll go for the do factor. Doing is a practice of Agile. This might involve visualizing work items, using short iterations, and building feedback. Now you start seeing doing factors. You get into the steps of involving, completing the work task. Up to this, we had a lot of gyan, isn't it? Now we see the do factor. After the do factor, we take to the encouraging others to do. The final step, look at the final step. Encouraging others to become Agile as a team, as a group, how you involve it. The end result is a process can be complete transformation of the organization. The whole organization moving to the factor called agility. Now, this organizational transformation does not just like that happen. It takes time. The reason is we were in the industrial model for so many years. Even today, we call us the agile company, but still management looks into the same model of industrial model of a command and control, or sometimes they push all the requirements on the employees to complete it faster, or sometimes they be very rigid on the contracts with the customer. Still, the companies are struggling. You cannot say that it is wrong. It is the way they have grown up. It is the way the company has been developed. Suddenly, you cannot change. So it takes time. But the point is, it starts from you. First, you accept that, yes, we need a change. You bring the mindset, and rest all slowly starts happening. In this room, I have people who already crossed this. Maybe they are here, or maybe you are in this place. So now you have to decide where you are. Only when you first accept it, then only you can help others to do these things. If not, it won't work. So what are the frameworks available in the market? When I say frameworks, there are some frameworks which talks at the organization level. Organization level, there are some framework. Do anyone know which agile framework talks at the top level, management level? Anyone? Any framework you're aware of it? Heard of it? I'm sorry?
Scaled Agile.
Scaled Agile. You heard about Scaled Agile. Very good. SAFE. Very good. Anything else? Dad? Heard about it? A little bit. Okay. There is something called DAD, Discipline Agile Delivery. This also talks as a bigger bubble, how at organization level we can work out on agility. When it comes to LESS, large scale Scrum, even though it is not much focus about how an organization will work, but still it talks about a teams of teams, multiple teams coming together. How does it work? So that is a way they put into. Now, why I have to bring this screen to you is, agility is not only within us. It is not only with our 8 people team member. It is beyond that, where we want to see as an organization, my senior management, my vendors, my customer, my company CEO, let everyone be part of this journey. That is called a transformation. Yep. So I'll have a short video about a transformation of one of the company. They applied it. They spoke about how Agile, or before Agile they were working, after Agile or while Agile came, and what was their thought process. Let me see if we can bring that video so that you get an idea. Where is that video? Quickly. Agile transformation. Yeah, here it is. I'm going to bring it up. Yes, it is. So let's talk transformation. Many companies are looking for people who has a good agile knowledge, whom they can utilize for transformation, right? So see if this thought is happening in your company as well. Let me play this video.
In Waterfall, we used to spend 6 months doing a project, and invariably toward the end of the project, we would be in death march mode.
6-month projects with big upfront planning, only to find out at the end that you haven't really met the customer's needs. It's demoralizing for the team and embarrassing for the business.
You have a lot of downtime in Waterfall. You have to sit and wait for things to be developed.
We would take a lot of time going through requirements. Those requirements would change way late in the project, which would cause a lot of rework, scope creep, etc.
Try to predict what the end user would want. Would spend a lot of time documenting things, but not actually producing real working software.
Right for our Agile transformation at Valpak. We observed the results and benefits that other Agile companies were getting, and we're ready to make those changes ourselves.
So what is Agile? Agile is about continuously delivering software that meets business needs. It's really a mindset and a culture that you put into your organization that gets your developers closer to your business people.
I actually think it's helped with a lot more than just between IT and the business. It's really become a company-wide type of thing.
Some of the benefits that we observed were things like improved time to market as a result of shorter iterations, increased collaboration and alignment between business and IT as a result of a highly visible process, better productivity and morale amongst the teams as a result of the self-empowered, self-organizing teams principle, and then ultimately delivering more frequent value to our customers.
The way we decide on what we work on is based on value, and we derive that value off of our stakeholders' input, off franchises' input, off clients' input, and that's how we decide what goes into each sprint.
Sprint is just like it sounds, a sprint. It's 2 weeks of sort of controlled chaos, a lot of collaboration, and then valuable software that's delivered to the business in that 2-week time frame.
Now with Agile, it's 2-week sprints. We're working steady pace, and everybody knows how much they can get done in that 2-week time. It makes the developer's life a lot easier.
Other team members, other people in the company can walk through and see what everybody's working on and what status in the process your work is at. If it's in the beginning processes, if it's being verified, if it's actually done.
What I like best about Agile is the transparency. Everybody knows exactly what they're working on for the next 2 weeks. All the teams have visibility into what the other teams are doing. There's no long-term worries about what we're doing 6 months from now. It's all about the here and now.
What I like best about Agile is just the ability to work with our product owner directly. Now the collaboration's quick, responses are quick, and we're able to produce things very quickly.
You have the opportunity to see what's going on, and you see working software fairly quickly. So you know if you're doing the wrong thing, if you need to add something, if you need to tweak something, you know before you get too far off the beaten path.
As soon as we see a need to change, we change quickly.
The fact that we can move at a fast pace and then make adjustments gives you a really good feeling, and that's what's fun about it.
We're at the moment studying clean code and unit testing, making those an integral part of our daily activities in software development. Continuous integration allows us to know immediately when we make changes to software, the impact of that change.
The key to our Agile transformation at Valpak has really been about taking it seriously and supporting it at all levels of the business. We have the support of our IT leaders and our business leaders, and that's really helped to make the difference in making the culture shift to the Agile mindset.
Valpak has fundamentally changed the way we get work done. This is not just a new process that only involves technology groups, but more of a mindset across all groups that put an emphasis on driving real business value to our customers in short iterative cycles. Valpak's Agile transformation is a journey that will continue to improve collaboration, business value creation, and efficiencies throughout the organization.
All right, fantastic. Did you observe anything interesting by the guy who said about when they say transformation, I can do a course correction in Agile. I don't get fear that we will travel too deep inside the path. I can make a correction. I can make a change. Do you feel this kind of transformation is happening anywhere in your organization? Already you witnessing it, or already you are part of this transformation? Do you? Or have you seen that? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So Shri, of course, I think in most of the organization we just do this, team huddle. Maybe you. I think most of them can, relate, because we not just only in software, any team, we talk about what's happening and what needs to be done, and people can share the feedback. And the word what you mentioned, saying the correction, right? People can ask for help, support. We talk about pair programming, for example, where people can share some of the best practices and so on and so forth. So I already see that this is kind of happening in my organization, or I worked in my previous organization, people really need to understand what is the client requirement is, and sometime it needs to be, rightly articulated, right? Because end of the day, what happens is, I assume, okay, client expectation is 1, 2, 3, and we might miss the fourth one. I'm just taking example. So sometimes you need a team where you can discuss, do a brainstorm, make sure that the expectation is in line with what is to be delivered. So yes, I do agree. Corrections, it's part of PDCA, plan, do, check, act, and it's an ongoing process, because it's overall the development team, right? It's not just that one person who's taking decision on everybody's behalf. So it requires a lot of discussions, which is happening in our organization. Yeah.
That's nice to see. Nice to hear. That's a very positive way. I like the way you said that it is not one person, it's a group of people. Yeah, I think that is a good thought. In the last few years, at least started happening, because many were under assumption only the team which has to do the work, they'll be in Agile. Rest all will follow the same model of following a hierarchy and keep pushing or delegating the task. Only the team which is in the end, who does the actual job, they do in a sprint or a scrum model, they deliver it. But now what is happening here is they're looking for a whole organization to get into Agile. I want my senior director to talk about how to handle Kanban model. I want my senior most CEO should know that agility is all about focusing on the customer. How can you bring value out of it? That's a good point. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So there's a mix of Kanban and of course team huddle. So one side we follow Scrum, team huddle, Kanban information radiator is already there on the, how the progress has been made. So it's a, mix, I think, at least to start off with Agile and practices, and, it's kind of visible. So first thing is, visibility should be created, saying that it's available and it's been practiced. So
that's right. That's right. Nice. Good. Appreciate that. Let's get to the next point in the screen. In the screen, you see something, a triangle, an inverted triangle. Now, many of us would have learned the triangle on the leftmost, which talks about the iron triangle in project management, which talks about having three things well concreted, which is about the scope, time, and the cost. I believe we have at least heard about it or read it in the books, where we say that the requirements will be finalized, frozen. For this requirement, we will find out the time, we will find out the money, and we call it as a baseline. With this, work will start. So what happens is a contract is signed. Whatever happens, we have to make this to happen. Scope is finalized. So for this scope, whatever happens, what will happen is sometime the time get extended. Another 2 years or 2 months or 2 weeks got added. Plus maybe another 2 million or 2 billion or 2 whatever it is, you get added. Now, you cannot tell that all the time it is like this. At times it works well. They perfectly complete it on time within the budget. It works. Now, this model was applied into information technology in 1980s and 1990s because it's picked from industrial model. In industrial model, requirement should be finalized. Then you have to do this time and money. They do it. It was working initially. Then later what happened is the changes have started flowing in drastically. When a heavy amount of changes comes in, you cannot sit with this finalizing the scope and setting a time and cost. The reason is a scope is finalized for which a time taken is maybe 1 year of time. By the time when they complete the work, what they asked is in question mark. Do I really need it? Or do I need to change? If you watch from 1970, 80, 1990 or 2000, a lot of changes in a digitalization or digital world. If that's the case, you cannot finalize it and start the work. And that's the model doesn't work for them. Then what to do? They made a reverse of it. What the reverse of it, this time, no need to finalize the requirement. Rather, finalize your time. This is the time I want to give. And this is the money I want to give. You know that I'm going to spend $2 million. I'm going to spend maybe 1 year of time. Now, in this 1 year, in this 2 million, what is the best you want? It is not what is the requirement you want. What is the best you want? There's a difference between requirement and the best. The best is something we call as a value addition. Now you tell me what is the value addition you want. So though what happened is they put a list of work. I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this. Big list is here. Imagine you give a big list to your family members when you go out for a shopping. But you tell them that I have 1 hour of time. I'm going to spend you this much money. This is the time, this is the money. Which one you want? Now your family member is in a high condition to decide which is the value addition for them. Even though they have 5 items, they will choose this top 3 items or some other number, telling that this is a high priority. Now, this priority setting has come in, but this time you have to be a little careful. This priority is not set by the company who does the project. The priority is set by the customer himself who is going to give the requirement. Look at the way they decided it. They designed it in a way that I will not tell anything which is high and which is low. You as a customer who is going to use it, you tell me which is important. And that comes into the scope factor. And now this scope variable gave a big change in the mindset of the customer. They have a lot of freedom. In a sense, they don't want to pressurize to give all the requirements on the day one. They will tell me, for now, start with number 1 item. You keep working. Meantime, I will tell you number 3, when it has to come, number 2, when it has to come, number 7, when it has to come. So this freedom made them to feel real good. Also, they have a hold to tell which is important that will stand on the top. Now, this is a model proposed for information technology from a methodology called DSDM, Dynamic System Development Methodology for the Agile. But this picture has a super debate in internet. Even today, there is a big debate. Always the left side will work, right will not work. So there is a debate on this. The debate is coming from people who work mostly on the industry model, where the requirement should be finalized, then only work should start. And this argument comes from the people of information technology. Don't need to finalize a requirement, but you can prioritize the requirement. There is a difference between finalizing, prioritizing. When you say finalizing, all in one. Prioritizing, I know which is right now needed. There's a slight mindset change in the Agile model. Now, to do this effectively, for this reason only, you have the manifesto principles. For this only, you have your Scrum, Kanban methodologies coming in to help you to achieve this. If I say incremental and iterative way, what you're doing? In an incremental iterative way, the scope is getting achieved, but the scope is given and prioritized by whom? The customer. Now, when I use the word customer, later we'll use the word called product owner. I don't want to go and attach with the role right now, because we learned in some of the courses, we attach with the role. Scrum Master attached, product owner attached, development team attached. Don't do that. Keep it little open, because you're learning Agile course, not a one particular framework. So when you learn Agile course, let's see broader perspective, and then we start going deeper inside. Yeah, that's about the inverted triangle. All right, let's go a little more. What I have, inverted triangle looks interesting. Let's see something more. A question for you. I think it's an easy question for most of us. Let's see people from YouTube also, what they're answering. Yeah, I saw answers from 4 of them. Lalit, Balu, Ayush, Sujay, Vinod Kumar, Shaurabh. Everyone goes with the A. Okay. Okay. Can someone say why you didn't think about lean life cycle? Why you thought Agile life cycle? First of all, lean life cycle exists. Okay, why you thought Agile could be the right one? Any thoughts as you read in the books somewhere early? Okay, let me help you. Lean is a super set of Agile. I appreciate that, Nitish. Okay, let me help you. Iterative. I have given some words in the classes happening. Iterative and incremental are here. Iterative or iterative. This is for getting the perfection or correctness. Perfection or perfect. Until it get perfect, until it reach the correctness. So correctness or perfection happens here. That's iterative, repeatedly until you get it. Incremental is about the speed of delivery or speed to the market or a feedback loop or getting something, understanding from the customer, is this what they want? Now, when the perfection and the speed come together, that is called agility. What is agility? You have a turn and a twist so that you can go faster. You can also deliver value to the market, for which what we have is called Agile life cycle. Lean is a methodology rather than a project life cycle. This is what I want to intimate you. Why not Lean as a life cycle? Lean is a methodology rather than a project life cycle. Okay. Now let's see something about Agile. Agile life cycle, on the other hand, is both iterative, incremental. If you're not aware of it, you can note it down. Iterative, I said that perfection. You repeatedly talk about the requirements, details, feedback. Incremental is you deliver small pieces of work to the customer. They verify it and then they give some inputs on that. Focus on frequent delivery and continuous refinement of work. Frequent delivery, continuous refinement. We'll talk more. But the message here is Agile lifecycle helps us to achieve these two. That is where we use some methodologies like Scrum, which helps us. All right, let's go a little more. Now the screen. The previous question has some connection with this screen. Now look at the screen. X and Y axis are here. This screen is one of our writing habits for some of us in PMP exams. Now, one here on X and Y axis, you see degree of changes. Starts from low to high. There is something called frequency of delivery, low to high. Now we have to see where we fall in. Imagine there is a work and that work has a lesser frequency of delivery and lesser degree of change. Then you fall into this category called predictive model. The moment I say delivery, do you remember in one of the class I would have explained in PMP if you are part of it? If not PMP, are you aware that there are some delivery model in the market? Do you remember any delivery model? What are the ways we deliver? Do you even know the delivery model? Not aware? Okay, let me give some inputs. One is called single delivery. Okay, other one is multiple delivery. Then periodic delivery. And the last one, any guess? Okay, I see some YouTube stuff happening.
Continuous
delivery. Okay. Continuous delivery. Any other delivery model is there we have apart from this four? Single, multiple, periodic, continuous delivery. Nice. Do you see any of your corporate job delivery model falls in this category? Single, multiple, periodic, continuous, where you fall? Which delivery model you fall under?
For us, it's continuous.
Continuous delivery. Okay. Nice to know. All right. Okay. Thanks for the input. Let's go a little more. When you talk about frequency of delivery, it depends on what delivery model you're going to work on. If your delivery model is very high frequency of delivery, like I heard from Abin talking about continuous, I see some of them talking about single delivery also there. If it's a single delivery, it's very low frequency of delivery. That's one delivery it's going to happen. If delivery frequency is low and degree of change towards the work is also low, I can fall in some category called predictive model. Whereas the degree of change is going to be high. Now what happens is automatically you get into the continuum model because you started in the predictive way, you may go to Agile. Or from Agile, you may come to predictive model. This is also possible. That's a continuum. Now you decide if it's a frequency of delivery is high, you have to do incremental delivery. When I say incremental delivery, you start delivering in packets. And this packets you keep on giving to the customer. You start giving a portion of the work to them. They feel happy, utilize it, give some feedback. It goes on the loop. Then comes the iterative model. When I say iterative model, the degree of change. This is the reason we reach the customer a few times, requirement gathering. We talk to them. Are you comfortable with this? Do you want more information? Are you happy with what we have delivered you? When you say iterate, you repeatedly you go and talk to the customer, understand from them, and take a feedback loop or discuss with them, have a brainstorming session. You try to see what are the changes according to the market happening. Now, iterative is one way of doing, and incremental is other way of doing. When both come together, what happens is, and that's called agile model. So agile model helps you to attract your customer who has more amount of changes coming in, who have frequency of delivery high. When these two are going to happen, that's going to be of a iterative and incremental model, which is again an agile model of delivery. Yep. Hope you got it. Because this screen, I'm sure many of you seen it earlier. I don't think it's not a new subject for you. Some of you learning for the first time. I'm sure this is a good learning. This picture you should remember for your examination, that some of your questions could understand whether you are an incremental model, iterative model, or combined together, it's an agile model. Okay. All right, let's go a little more. Let's talk something about agile values, or we talk about a manifesto. Here we have 4 manifesto, the 4 manifesto and 12 principles. I would have shown a picture some time back. I can help you with those pictures. Yep, here it is. If you watch out here, you have 4 values, 12 principles. It's here. Now, these 4 values, 12 principles are the one which helps you to get the mindset of agile. Then we go for the practices. Now, what I do is I'll quickly walk through you to those 12 and 4. Here we go. So 4 manifesto. This was written in the 2001 timeline. When you watch out these quickly, what they try to tell here is more focus is given to something else. If you see the 4 lines or sentence given here, there's something on individuals, more focus on the people than on the process and tools. Before going to the left side, I'll first try the right side. On the right, over, you'll see always over. That is, the importance is high towards something on the left more than on the right side. On the right side, we have process and tools which exist for the last 100 years. Documentation, more than 50, 60 years. I keep talking a lot of documentation. Contracts are very rigid contracts and proper systematic plan being followed. No need to say these are all part and parcel of life in management even today. It's for so many years, even today we do this. But what happened is when information technology came in from 1970s and 80s, they found this is all good. Process should be there, document should be there, contract should be there, but still they felt that let's go something more do on the left side. On the left side, they said give more importance to the people. You will see again here the people, customer collaboration, more importance to people. Individuals in your company, your team members, give importance to them, even though processes are important. Customer is more important. Even though you have a signed contract, if customer is asking for a new ask, new change, focus on them. So more about people orientation. You can see more of a people orientation here. Helping people, be with the people. This is more. That doesn't mean left side they ignore it. No, they say on the left, the right side is ignored. It's there, but still the left side is important. Then they start talking about working sorter. Give something usable. And this is something a little different. I remember the days, some of my friends who joined the big companies, they used to tell that there'll be a lot of documentation to work. Before you start the work, you have to do a lot of documentation. Actual work will start weeks later. But now they say that no, your work comes in. If you feel that work is important, you start the work. Simultaneously, you do some documentation, a minimal documentation. I'll explain it. And the last one is about the responding to change. This is the biggest change in the market. We have a plan, but I can scrap the plan. I can come with a change. This is a new thought process by the time where plan was so rigid. You cannot say no. You cannot say, no, I won't change the plan. You can change the plan. That's the way it started working. All right, let's go a little more. what I do is I have a short video to talk about the manifesto. A person explains a little about the manifesto, then I'll go one by one, give some idea. Let me put this clip on so you can watch this video.
Hello and welcome. In this video, we will be discussing the 4 values written in the Agile Manifesto by going one by one. Individuals and interactions over process and tools. Traditionally, project team led by the project manager was paying much attention to the process. The majority of them followed the waterfall project management technique based on the article published in 1970 by Winston Royce. The waterfall method itself was a 5-step process as described by him. In 1985, the United States Department of Defense captured this approach in their standards for working with software development contractors, which stated that the contractor should implement a software development cycle that includes the following 6 phases: software requirement analysis, preliminary design, detailed design, coding and unit testing, integration, and testing. Following stringent processes used to make the development process rigid, there wasn't much scope to adopt changes during the project's execution. Additionally, a well-defined process is not the answer to every problem, but being adaptive to change is. No matter how detailed and well-defined a process is, there will always come some barriers that couldn't have been anticipated by any process or tool such overcome. When individuals sit together, discussing possible solutions to a problem that result in a unique approach to solving a complex problem. Innovation doesn't come from rigid processes, but it does come from experimenting with various techniques. The Agile Manifesto says that we should focus more on having competent people working together effectively. Processes and tools are not harmful, but don't use them until they make things easy and effective. Working software over comprehensive documentation. A lot of documentation used to be done before, even before starting to build the software. The features, specifications, layout requirements, test cases, design were documented long before their arrival time. This approach had some drawbacks. Like what you have documented will be outdated by the time you are done with it. You may create many features, which the end user may never use. The time spent on the documentation of such features also goes in vain, too much documentation. It also delays the project, which later becomes an opportunity cost for the business. Because of all these drawbacks, the Agile Manifesto favors working software over comprehensive documents. Instead of wasting a lot of time creating lengthy documents, and then taking feedback based on those documents, we should take the feedback based on working software. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. In the traditional software development method, the customer was involved only at the beginning of the project for contract negotiation. One more time, if there were any changes to be made in the contract. And finally, at the end of the project, the development process was more focused on what is written in the contract instead of being focused on what the customer wants. This approach neglected the value of customer feedback during the project. When software is developed without the customer's constant feedback, the result is often a product that does not completely satisfy the customer's needs. That is why the Agile Manifesto favors customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Agile emphasizes take on constant feedback from the customer throughout the development process. So whatever is being developed is also being seen by the customer. Whenever the customer feels that the project is going in the wrong direction, they can steer the project by providing inputs to the developers. Responding to change over following plan. We're not in favor of the change was very much a usual statement in the traditional project management approach. The waterfall approach was to create detailed plans in the beginning, and then following them through the project. Being rigid leads to creating an improper product, but it also makes us miss the chances of bringing changes that could cause our product better. That is why the Agile Manifesto favors responding to change over following plans. When software is developed with agility, we start with a plan that gives us enough idea of the direction we want to move. Then as we proceed in seeing new events unfolding in front of us, we incorporate those realities into the ongoing work. So these were the 4 values of the Agile Manifesto. Follow them in your project management to ensure its success.
Good. All right. I believe this
Hello and
this
welcome.
gives some clue of why we do this, isn't it? One of that interesting, they say the last one, you can course correct it. Other one is about the customer review, where they can give direction if you are going in a path which doesn't give a success for us. These were the new things by the time, and again, even today. I quickly touch some key points on that. When you say individuals and interactions, focus on empowered, self-managing teams. It's not about too much on the process. Yes, we need a process in place, but still we give focus to the people, empowerment. Agile teams are able to step in for each other. I think there was a question from it's at Vinitra. They're talking about T-shape, I-shape. They start talking about agile team members are able to step in for each other as necessary. You start helping people inside the system. You don't tell that, okay, no, I don't know this, whether you have a broader knowledge to help people. That's the way they work it out. The other one is working software. The key factor is you do documentation, barely sufficient, just in time, just because. You don't make it sure that all document done, then only start the work. Traditionally, we measure progress by % complete of the functional milestones. Now it is not the way. You deliver something. So you show something workable, usable. That is what the customer will wait. If not, customer don't want to wait, because we are doing something called trial and experimenting model, empirical model. Why we came from empirical model? Because our frequency of delivery is high. The requirement and changes are high. When these two are high, then only we came for Agile. If delivery is less, changes are less, I would have gone with the predictive model. When I came for this way of high delivery model and the high on changes, why should I wait? Give me something which working. Show me something working. If not, you may be wrong. I may be wrong. We both can be wrong. Nothing wrong in it. But in the sense of both the party being wrong, totally it will be a wrong results outcome. So we keep checking regularly. That is why they say working software. All right, let's hit a question. What is this? Okay, seems a better easy answer. Agile is more of a dash than a body of knowledge. Mindset. Okay, because I see some of the books or some places people keep saying that Agile is a framework, Agile is a methodology, it's a process, but actually Agile is a philosophy, it's a mindset. That's what we are learning for the last couple of hours, isn't it? It talks about Agile is more of mindset than a body of knowledge. It's about, it's a thought, how to be customer centric, how to be supporting the people, how to deliver early. Continuing on that, customer collaboration, the third one, over contract negotiation. This point, I think the video explained, a quick highlight on that. Traditionally, customer was involved before and after the process of development. Work is given, they'll come only end of the product or end of the project, but not during the process. In the in-between process, they don't involve. They were staying away. But now what is happening here is we're expecting customer to be part of our system. Collaborating during the development makes a big difference. Right now, you will tell some role called business analyst, product owner, product management. Now, they start participating in the requirements, start participating in the prioritization, start participating in the delivery outcome and reviewing it. This made a massive change in the way we look at the product, because if we are going wrong, we have all the time to correct it. So this is the biggest change on the manifesto number 3, talks about customer collaboration. And the last one talks about responding to change. As rightly said there in the video as well, change was considered as expense. There were days they thought if you give a change, pretty expensive. Of course it is. On a well-planned project, expensive processes change. When a change comes in, you have to do a course correction, you have to do some scrap cost, you have to do something on a rework, lot factors were there. Whereas now, they accept responding to change or following a plan on the basis that frequently we do a review, frequently we do a demonstration. So it was to be avoided. However, Agile's view is changes provide value. Why somebody come and ask for change? Because it is going to give some value to my customer. If not, why somebody has to come and ask me change? I'm sitting in a restaurant having a food has been ordered. Maybe after 5 minutes, I feel that food may not be good for my health or may not be good tasty. Maybe my children may not like that food. I'm calling the hotel bearer again. Hey, can you please change that requirement I gave you now? Maybe can you give it to this food item rather than that item? Now the hotel guy says, no, sir, you already gave the requirement. I have informed the people. They're already preparing it. Whether you like it or not, it will come to your table. Will you accept that kind of a hotel? Even if you accept it, you may have that time. Next time, I'm sure you will not go to that hotel or restaurant. Next time, you will tell another 10 people, don't go to that restaurant. They're so rough, rigid requirement guys. And that's where the market right now. So if somebody comes with a change, they're asking for a change because there is a need for them. And this is what I said at the beginning of the class about the being agile. You see, empathize from the customer's perspective because you have been there. I may work in a hotel as a bearer. I may be a guy who running a restaurant. But one day I will go with my family to a restaurant for the food. I will see from that perspective why he or she asking for a change. When I understand from their perspective, that day, that moment is called agile thought process. So what you are doing currently in your industry could be already agile. You don't need to learn these books, then only you'll talk agile. Already you're doing it. Maybe you are working with a customer. You understand your customer perspective and the pain factor. And that's where here responding to change over following a plan. That doesn't mean plan is wrong. Plan is there, but a change comes in, I'm ready to change, ready to accept. And this 4 manifesto was written in the year 2001 to encourage people to be flexible. Agility means flexible. In sports, they call agility. I believe all following the sports, football. In football, agility is very important, isn't it? You have to turn, twist, go forward. Shriram, in cricket, is not needed, but not as good as in football. You have such a good flexibility needed. How do they do that? That's called agility, quick turn and twist and flexibility. That is what they're expecting in this case. Fantastic. You learned 4 manifesto, even though some of you remember it, some of you going to remember it in some timeline, but this manifesto sets a ground. Let's go for the match the following question here. Help me, what is matching with what? Working software.
Over comprehensive documentation.
Over comprehensive documentation. Very good.
Responding to change over following a plan.
Okay. Responding to change over following a plan. Nice.
Individuals and interactions over processes and tools.
Process and tools. Here it is. Yes.
And the last one.
Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Okay, nice. Is this correct? Anyone want to confirm it's right?
Yes, it's right.
Right? Huh? Good to go. Okay. Okay, fantastic. We are reading this, learning this. How many of you seen this in your office, responding to change or having a fight with your customer or your team members? We read it in the book. When we read in the book, we all say, yeah, everything is good. But in a real life, in your office, have anyone had a fight with the customer for keep on giving changes in the last few years? No one? Okay. Seems you are so nice guys with the customer. I believe so. Okay, here is the answer. What we saw right now. All right. Let's go a little more. This picture, you remember, sometime I showed in a different form. A mindset, 4 values, 12 principles, and unlimited number of practices, which we are doing now. Now, what you saw here is you learned what is a mindset, at least some philosophy. You learned 4 values. Now you have to see something on the principles also, so that we can go to the practices. That's what we're doing now. We're going step by step. Let's go a little more. There are 12 principles being explained. Now 12 principles in a short form, which is going to help you to make sure you are agile. Starting from 1 and till the 12, which purely focus on how they can deliver value to the customer. The first one starts about early delivery for the product, adapting to changes, frequent delivery. It goes on to talk about what makes us to make sure we are in an agile mindset. It's not something pushing us to do something. It's about having an agile mindset. In this, some of the principles are pretty interesting, which has some connection with XP and Scrum. When I go to Scrum and XP, again, I'll come back to these principles because it's directly related. Now, let me know any one principle which really attracted you. I'm sure some of you would have read this principle before. I'll show the actual page of the principle. Just a minute. Before I go to the principle, I want to show something on the leftmost. I missed it. So Agile principles are based out of helping you to set up a time boxing, helps you to set up the empirical process that is on a trial and experimenting, helps you to value-based prioritization from the customer side. Self-organizing teams has been recommended and iterative development has been encouraged and collaboration is encouraged. When you say Agile principles, these principles have these essence. When you go for a management interview, they target you on the questions asking, how do you collaborate with your team? How do you make sure you deliver the value on time? How do you allow your team to be so experimenting and a trial on it? How do you make sure the proper value is delivered? How do you make sure your team is self-organized? All your management questions will be answered by these 12 principles. When you read these 12 principles and understand the essence of 12 principles, you may answer a lot of questions in your day-to-day life and also the interview questions. I have one question now. We'll attend this. Then I'll go to the principle page. I have a full principles written down. We will discuss a few of them today. I will not take all principles at one shot. We'll take a couple of principles to discuss, move inside the classes. And again, we'll come back to this, maybe another class in the morning hours. We'll pick up a couple of principles. We'll again discuss more about it. Now, what we do is we'll take a question. Here's a question. Okay, I see a couple of answers coming up. Okay, I'm seeing D as answer coming up. Why D could be an answer? Any justification, thought process? Let me pull out someone. Nitish, why you thought D could be a good answer?
Yeah, hi, Shriram. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are.
All right. Basically, it's not mandatory to, estimate all the user stories before the release planning. And, the stories can keep on changing. The priority can be changing at some point. The product owner can change the priority based on the value which will be delivered to the customer. So in this case, the priority will change, the story will change, the estimation will change, and we cannot say that we have to be very fixed with the estimation of that particular story. the storage sizing can be also changing. So we need to be a bit flexible on the estimation side of it. So in such a case, my thought was that as an agile approach, we shouldn't be firm on estimation. It can be flexible.
Okay, got it. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Cynthia, what is your thought on D? Okay. Let me listen to anyone else. Vinitra, what is your thought on D?
Oh, I can. Okay, sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're there.
I was on mute. So
yeah, I found. Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, I said D because if always we can have a change. I believe we don't need to estimate all user story before prior to receive a plan. So
nice. I like the thought, but one cross question to you. We say Agile is a free, open enough, team can plan. Why not C? This is okay since an Agile team can choose whatever route they want to take on the project. Why we don't think C as a better answer? Anyone else also want to join there? Yeah, Cynthia.
Yeah, I didn't. I did not choose C because if I know yes or we welcome changes, but I won't waste the time to plan everything ahead, knowing that there's a change for something to change. I will plan what I need. I currently need. This is why I did not choose C.
Got you. That's a good thought. I appreciate it. Any other thoughts? Okay, let's take it this way. If you look at this question here, if you see here, you have recently taken over as a PMO of an organization. You have noticed that the project teams are estimating all user stories of a project prior to developing the release plan. Do you think release plan is very important to understand the roadmap, a milestone? And before doing that, they are doing all this estimation. Now, what happened is, after you understand the release plan, rightly said by the people here, the priority of what has to go first, what has to go second, what is important, unimportant, you start understanding more detail about it. Before understanding those details, if you go for an estimation, is it right or wrong? The answer is no. It is not an agile approach to estimate all user stories prior to release plan. That's a point. You can estimate if you have user stories, if you have a work with you, which is properly defined. Yes, you can estimate it. Nothing stops you. But the message here is, if prior to the release plan, if you do, you don't know which is going to be important and unimportant. So no point in doing that case. That's the reason they say don't do this right now. I appreciate that. Everyone went to the right answers. I see some of them went to the C and A also from YouTube. Really? You think A is the right answer? The user stories can be estimated prior to release planning, but only once the iteration planning has been done. Is it? Okay. But you don't have a release plan. Before that, if you go to iteration plan, it will be something clashing, isn't it? I think we need to have a release plan. Then you go for a iteration planning, make some connection. You have a roadmap, right? What we want to achieve. So I think Faida, I will go with the answer D. That's the right choice. All right, let's move a little more on the principle side. This picture also some of you would have seen somewhere, but a quick understanding. There are 12 principles after which, after learning this, you get an idea what or how we are going to apply this in our practices. The next stage is I'm going to talk about Scrum. In Scrum, how these principles are getting applied. When you go to Kanban, how it's getting applied. Now, what is this principle all about? Even though we have to read all the principles, let me not do all at one shot today. Let's pick up 2 principles today and we'll talk something about it and then come back again by the next day. So can you tell me which number you like between 1 to 12? Which principle we'll discuss today? Any number?
10.
Oh man, always this 10 comes out. Okay. Then
I would like the early delivery of the product.
I'm sorry, which one? The first one?
First one, yes, number 1.
All right, good, nice. 2. Again, next class will come another 2. We'll keep adding more accordingly. All right, we'll start with the number 1. I will go by the number 1 and number 10. Number 1. This was written, by the way, again, I know I'm repeating the same dialogue. It was written in the year 2001. These all came out of frustration. Seriously? Yeah. These are the guys who were doing something from 1990 to 2000 time. Who are these guys? These are the people who developed Scrum, who developed Kanban for information technology, who developed extreme programming, who developed lean product development, which is for information technology. These people joined together and then they developed and came up with the principle in the year 2001. So in the time of 1990 to 2000, a lot of methodologies and frameworks are available. Scrum, Kanban, XP, Lean, all were there. They're using it. Then they found, why don't we all join together one day? We will sit and talk. What can be good for the new way of working? So in February 2002, they joined, 2001, they discussed something. The outcome of a discussion is what? 4 manifesto and 12 principles. Initially, or not initially, they thought this is for only software industry. But they never know that 20 years later, we will talk this for every industry. That's the reason you will see a lot of words like software keep coming in, because they thought only for software. Because software was not aligning with the industry model of development, a well-defined model. They want to go to empirical model. So what they written? Let's go by the principle number 1. They say that our highest priority, the word is highest priority, is to satisfy the customer. So you mean, Shriram, they don't satisfy the customer those days? They did, but not through early delivery. They used to do only end of the game. 1 year project, after end of 1 year only, the customer will get the product. Until 1 year, what they will get? They will get a design document. They will get a work breakdown structure. You can do inspection. You can visit the office and see the places, what is happening. This is all you can do. But you won't get anything delivery. What is delivery, Shriram? Early and continuous delivery. This is fine, man. But what is the benefit? Benefit is valuable software. Here, when I use the word early, it could be even 2 weeks. It could be even be 1 week. It could be even maybe 1 month. Early, they didn't tell what it is. You can be 1 week, 2 weeks, it's up to you. But what you're going to deliver early, something crappy thing, you will deliver it. You said early, right? Have it. Man, I can't use it. That's okay. Early delivery. That's not the intention. When you say early delivery, it should be valuable, usable one. The example usually I quote is WhatsApp. WhatsApp is there in years and years in your mobile. But today your WhatsApp has a lot of features which you've not seen 3 years back. They want to give something to the customer early, but valuable. You cannot give some crap thing to them. This mindset in 2001 was a groundbreaking. Really, it was groundbreaking. Today, 22 years later, we are talking. Still today, many companies can't do this. Many companies still struggling. How can I satisfy my customer early with valuable? That's a point. Valuable, not just like anything, something usable. If you want to give something usable, first you should understand what customer needs. You should be able to converse with them, negotiate with them, understand their point. That's called empathy. That's what rest of the principle talks. Now, the first principle is highest priority. Why they pressed out hard here is there are days, I'm talking 1990s, tough fight used to happen between customer and the company. Customer says, I want it early. And these guys says, no, it'll take longer time. Or customer says, I want this. They say, I can't do this. Changes to be accommodated. No changes can be accommodated. A lot of fight and things up and down happen. All this a pain, all this a frustration turned out to be something called 12 principles, what you read today. So now this 12 principles will help us to get a rhythm. So first principle says a highest priority. Okay, that's the one it says. Now, how can I see this in day-to-day life, Shriram? In day-to-day life, you will use something called a Kanban model. I'll explain that in the classes. We have something called a Scrum model or Scrum framework. We have something called extreme programming. Now, what we do here, we set a 2 weeks iteration. So, what is iteration? 2 weeks, it's a 10 days of 10 working days. In this 10 working days, we will have a goal to deliver. Come on, man, your project is so big. I'm going to do a banking system. In 10 days, what you doing for a banking system? You can't do anything, right? I can't do anything big, but I can do something small. At least I can give some login information. At least I can give a page which has a profile information. At least I can give a base web page which says citibank.com. And what's a big deal there? It's not a big deal for me, but for the customer, it's a big deal. My customer says, I want to be in the internet the day when I start my business. I don't want to go late. Or my customer says that I want to be too much, not in the competition where I'm staying too much away from the competition. I have to be in the competition. But how to stay in the competition? To stay in the competition, you have to be early. And this is where the customers start encouraging it. But now this is going to other industries also. Automobile industry, manufacturing industry, construction industry, medicine, education. Everywhere they are seeing, do I have an opportunity to deliver faster? Am I going to stay out in the race or am I going to be inside the race? But you're going to do something like an information technology or a software industry. All things can be early delivery, but some industry has some portion of the delivery which can go early to the customer, isn't it? If you take some industry like maybe medicine industry, you can take some portion of your work can go early to the customer. You can help your customer to know about what is happening or deliver something to them. Certain things you have to wait. You cannot force it. But the message is, are you having that thought process in your mind? That's the message you're trying to see here. Okay, hope we got the number one. Let's go to number 10. The number 10 talks about simplicity. While you read this word simplicity, you feel that keep it simple. That's a word, keep it simple. If you read the whole line, the word art is important, of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. Anyone first time read this principle will get a feel that these guys are telling, don't do the work. Do anyone got this feel? Don't do the work. When you read the no, don't do the work. That's a feel we get sometime when you read this principle. So the simplicity is art of maximizing amount of work not done is essential. Now what it means here is, in the name of doing work with the customer, both the side, customer side and our company developing side, both try to commit too much. Try to imagine too much. On what? On the work. Customer says one dot and our company will draw something big on the dot. Why don't do this? Why don't do this? Why don't do this? Or customer himself imagine too much of work. Usually, I remember the examples I did sometime back on the banking system. The customer comes with some requirement for the banking, but we, the company which does the work, we add more requirements. Why don't we do like this? Why don't we do this? We keep on adding more. But at the end of the day, what happens is it gets so bulgent, big enough, which we can't deliver it. Even if you deliver it, it has a lot of problems. Rather, what the Agile is recommending is keep things pretty simple. If you feel these are exclusions, exclude it. Focus on very key factor which customer is asking for and stay to the line. The reason is the information technology, one thing what they found is what is very important today can be unimportant in some timeline. So understand which is value addition work. Those value addition work only should have focus. Non-value added items or the items which doesn't bring anything benefit to the business or the customer, you will keep it away. Simplicity means art of maximizing amount of work not done. The work which you feel not adding any value, pull it out. I give an example about your mobile. In your mobile, you have a number of features, but we don't use all. I have a number of features in my car. I don't use it all. They're saying that more than 60% is not used. Then why you do that work? You're killing your time. Rather do something which is important and focus to them. How do you know this, ShriRam? That is why you have to talk with the customer from their perspective And the customer should talk from your perspective. Both should have a mutual communication. This Agile is not only for the company who is doing the job. This Agile is for the company who is giving the job. Both has to have the conversation. When both have a conversation, they come to the conclusion, the simplicity, the work which doesn't add value, get away. You focus on what is important things. Does it make sense? Give some thoughts to you.
Yeah, so Shriram, I have a question here. See, the company, like the vendor who is performing the job for a client, customer is always demanding, and he might be bothered or he might not be bothered about the, whatever methodology you are following. He's always in a demanding, stage, demanding frame of mind. And then they are like, even if how hard we are trying to make him understand that this is not needed or required, keep it simple. No, we want like this. How to make him understand and handle like this concept? I understand, right? But
it is not only you telling that.
Correct.
Only when both the organization.
Yeah. So the customer and the vendor, so both, it is the responsibility of both. That's what I am trying to understand. It is.
That's right. It should be responsible of both. If one person is going to say it won't work, sure, it won't work. It's a failure. That's why every company is insisting on Agile now. Now, when you say customer is not listening, it means they're not in this inverted triangle. The inverted triangle talks about a scope is kept open. You have to prioritize which is high, which is low. Now, what do you mean by priority? Some will have a high priority, some will have a low priority. The low priority is what? Simplicity. You remove out something which is not needed. But to do this, who has to do this? Your customer should know how much money they're going to spend. It's not my money, man. It's your money. You have to tell them, man, it's your money. I'm fine. I'll do anything for you. But are you happy to spend all the money? No. Then tell me which is important to you. Your time is money. I'm happy. I'll sit and do all the work. It'll take 3 years to complete. If you're fine, I'll do it. No. I want this as a first one. So now it's a mutual. So that's the reason both the parties are learning it. It's not something one person learns. You speak in Chinese, other guy understand English. What is the way? You can't tell that, man, somehow we'll communicate. Yeah, a few things you can communicate by sign language. Beyond that, what you will do? So both has to have some common language. That is why everyone is learning. You cannot tell now in 2022, Shriram, it won't work, because if you still tell I don't know Agile, then you are far away. Your company is going to be already out of the market.
Okay.
If you're telling me 2000, 2010, 2005, yeah, I had this problem. When I traveled to US for some reason, by the time I was talking Agile, people look at me, well, what is it, man? It's not for me. It's not for my industry. Now you can't tell that. If you tell that, man, okay, you are ready to shut down your company. You are ready. Very good. Welcome to the world of Twitter. You can shut down soon. So that's not the way it's going to work, right? You have to think for the people. You have to think for the customer perspective. That's what they're looking into here. So if somebody argues with you, yes, they're going to die. That's very clear. But you can educate and help them. That's the point.
Okay. And in the first point, like early and continuous delivery. So for example, in industries other than IT and software, like manufacturing, can design of a new car like be a part of the early delivery to the customer? And
yes, they do. They do. The early delivery means something which is valuable to them. So just because giving a documentation doesn't add value. Your value should be tell them they can stand in the market. They can show to their end user something usable for them. But at the same time, we have to be a little careful. In the name of Agile, we cannot apply in all the industry. For example, if you go to construction, you cannot tell that, so the building construction started, washroom is ready, you can start using it. You say, man, what are you talking here? For washroom, I'll come to that house. Yes, sir. You say incremental delivery, first washroom, then I'll give you the cooking area, then I'll give a sleeping area. No, that's not the way it works, right? But there are some segments of that can be digitalized. Some segment can be of a incremental model. You can do it. Not all, some places, something you can do. But that something is what companies are working out. Which one it is, I don't know. You don't know. But only the domain people knows that. That is why people are learning Agile. Which one can be incremental? There is no clear answer in the market now. But if you can find that, you got a new job. You got a promotion. Why? Because you found it. There is nothing in the book defined these all industry have these all incremental. No one has answer. So we have to learn, we have to do on the practice. That's why I call a trial and experimental model, empirical model.
So for example, in construction, like BIM software, building information modeling, you know, how the 3D house would be looking like, how the walkthrough or the
if it
sun
adds
study.
value.
Correct.
If it adds value. If your customer says, man, come on, man, this is all crap. You complete your work and tell me. It's okay, fine. That's why you talk to them, you understood to them, right? That's the point it is. See, it is not mandatory that only digital and software should be agile. Anything can be agile. I took an example of a hotel, mostly talk about a hotel and restaurants. In that, I don't see any digital there. A customer inviting with a smiley face and accepting them to be there and help them deliver the food with a warm, on time, quicker delivery, incremental delivery, iterative model. I don't think no digital involved here. It could be an understanding between the bearer, the cooking personality, and the people sitting on the table. So you will find what can be agile in your company. How do I know this, Shriram? That's why you are there in the company. You read it and you see what can I do. But there is no rules written down. But IT, they have rules. In information technology, written down. These all can be done. But other industries, they're still in the exploration mode. Really? Yes, it will take another 3-4 years or 5 years. Then you'll start seeing books coming out. In this automobile industry, these all can be done. In construction, these all can be done. It will take some time. So we are in the journey, transformation. So it will take some time.
Got it.
Thank you. Perfect. Good question. I appreciate it. Let's go a little more. How much time we have for the class? Maybe we have another 20 minutes to the class ends. So until then, we'll see some more factors. Okay. I said we cover a few factors. We saw something called empirical process, the mindset of Agile. From there, we moved a little bit on the 4 manifesto. Then we saw 12 principles. So mindset, 4, 12. Even though 12, we didn't go so deep inside. We'll do one by one because I don't want to force all knowledge at the same time. We'll learn over the period of time. However it is, these all getting applied into some methodologies. You can see an umbrella here. In the umbrella, you'll see a lot of methods available or framework available. So some wordings are used: process, framework, methodology. Let's not fight or worry about those terminology. A framework means it will have proper timeline mentioned, proper roles mentioned, proper ceremonies mentioned, proper outcomes are mentioned. Some of them are framework here, pretty nice framework. One of the topmost one is, which is the topmost one? Can someone tell me? Number 1 achiever here, the list of agile methods. Which one is the number 1 here? Top listed.
Scrum.
Scrum is that one. Huh? Okay, nice. How many of you using Scrum in your day-to-day life? In the sense of project. Anyone using Scrum?
We are using daily stand-ups.
Daily stand-up. But as such, you don't have a Scrum framework followed, isn't it?
No.
No. Okay. Nitish says Scrum. Vinitra says Scrum. Okay. Anyone else using Scrum? Okay. I assume 2-3 people. Vinod says Scrum. Okay. Okay. I got a couple of people saying Scrum. All right. So let's go a little more. Let's see some more factors about the Scrum. We're going to start with the Scrum. So now there is a graph here, the picture here. It is maybe should be a couple of years back picked up. It talks about 58% of the industry which follows Agile has a Scrum. Be a little careful. When I show the graph, you should not feel that the whole world, 58%. No. In the whole world, we have a lot of methods being followed, predictive and adaptive. In adaptive, under adaptive, when they follow Agile, under Agile, we have a Scrum. So 58% there. Scrum is one of the beautiful, best way of doing things. Why? Because it's easy to understand, easy to follow, because Scrum is a mini structure of start to end of a work. So it took a well-defined approach with some roles defined properly. Scrum is wonderfully works well as a team. When you take it to the management and leadership, Scrum does not have much details about how a management should work, how an organization should work. That detail is missing there because they're not bothered about it. They're more worried about how a team should work. They give a role called servant leader. They don't worry about project manager. They don't worry about how the organization structure will look like. So those things they don't care about. They'll only worry about how a team will deliver. It's really worth it. Works really well. And using Scrum only, you will see something called scaled agile. You will see PMP. These all coming in picture because they use this as one of the equipment, one of the tool to do the work. On top of that, they'll have a program manager, a portfolio manager, director, epic owner, everyone will come in. So the point is, Scrum focus more on team that does the work, execution area. Don't expect leadership so highly discussed here, even though some topic will be there. Let's go a little more down there. Apart from Scrum, what else we have, Shriram? We have few percentage for extreme programming or a Scrum Bun or a Kanban and some own defined process. See here, I don't know. So some process also there. Every company has a different way of working, but gradually or over a period of time, you'll see more of a Scrum. Now, Scrum was born. Where it was born? Surprisingly, it was born where? In the manufacturing in 1986. If some of you think that Scrum is only for information technology, sorry guys, it's not for you. It was for manufacturing and subsequently extended. The software development industry as an agile methodology. Okay, in Jeff Sutherland, he's Jeff Sutherland, originated the first Scrum project in 1993. Even though it originated in 86, 93, they got a better one. I assume some of you are aware that there are people, two Japanese people who are lecturers in US universities. They came up with a paper called New Product Development. Even now in Google, it's available. New Product Development. They watched the rugby sport. In rugby sport, there is something called Scrum, where they join together as a group. They coordinate, self-organize, they move the ball. It's a Scrum way of doing. This is something called, in a sport called rugby. Watching this, these two people, the lecturers in US University, these two people, I believe it's Takuchi Nanoka, if I'm not wrong in the name, Takuchi Nanoka, I believe. These two people came up with a paper, New Product Development. There they written about the Scrum, there they written about the rugby. And Jeff Sutherland picked up that concept from that paper and then further defined it. And that is what a Scrum methodology, what we have today. That's the origin. In exam, they don't ask origin questions. They want to know, are you aware of methodology? Now, you learn the mindset, 4 manifesto, 12 principles. And when I was playing some video there, empirical process, it explained that the 3 pillars you should have. And these 3 pillars will help the empirical process, that is on trial, experimenting, or experience through which you learn. Scrum follows this empirical model. So we have transparency, inspection, adaptation, which we discussed some time back. These 3 are pillars for the Scrum. Shriram, will they ask me the question, what is transparency? They will not ask you the question. Through the question, they'll give a scenario. They'll try to see, are you having the mindset of transparency? Being open enough with your team members, being open enough with the customer. If your team is comfortable to share the failure with your customer, is your team comfortable to share the review with your customer or to your team members? They try to see all these factors through questions answering. They will not directly ask you, do Scrum follow transparency? No, that's not the way PMI ask you the question. So transparency, inspection, adaptation are 3 pillars of Scrum. Can you take a paper, write it down, Scrum, 3 core pillars or values as transparency, inspection, adaptation. Please write down, give me done. Once you write it down. Okay, have you written down? Just give me done once you write it down. Okay, nice to see. So 3 pillars you written down. Very good. I appreciate it. Let's go a little more. There are few values or core values, they call it as in Scrum. What does it mean by core values? When somebody follows this methodology or this framework, they come to the conclusion that we follow 3 pillars, which makes us to be transparent and also inspect and adapt on the outcomes. If I want to do this, if I want to be part of the Scrum family, if I want to follow the method called Scrum, I or we should have certain values in our life. Shriram, what is the values? Each country has some way of life. Each community have a different way of life. Each religion follows some way of life. Now, how this happens? It is because some values believed in that land. If you go to US, they will have a different way of life living, a freedom of life. If you go to South Africa, there'll be a different way of life. If you go to Australia, you'll have a different way of life. If you go to India, a different way of life. In India, different land has a different life. But this all comes from where? A set of values. Now, what do you mean by values? It's all about a belief in the land. Only when you believe on that, you will be able to live there. If not, if you go to a different country, you start complaining about that country or complaining your motherland. You do either of one. You say, oh man, too much of open here. A lot of people live a life just like that. They don't care about a relationship. They don't care about life model. Some place you say, man, too much. But how this all happens is going through these values. You understand these values clearly. You feel, okay, this is the nature they live. And you try to adopt to that if you can. If not, you'll get away from that. But Scrum here gives some certain values based on the principles. Only when you accept these values and be along these values, you'll be able to deliver it. If not, you'll keep on complaining it. The one of that is talking about courage. Scrum team members have courage to be right thing and work on tough problems. Look at here. They work on tough problems, which means they get challenged. They like challenge. Why it's challenged, Sriram? In the X and Y axis I showed you, frequency of delivery is high. Changes are high. Only when you have a challenging mindset, you can work in that kind of project. If you are a very stagnant person, give me requirement. Don't ask me changes. Come back next week. Then I'll deliver it. Come back next year. I'll deliver it. If you are that kind of person, this value will not fit in for you. You'll keep on fighting. Man, too much of trouble, man. They're asking stand-up meeting. They're calling review. Pah, trouble, yeah. You remember those days? They'll give the work. They'll forget it. I'll get a salary, go home happily. If such a mindset don't work. So I want to see you whether you are courageous to go for it. A person who digests, they're courageous to take this kind of challenge. They go for this kind of job nature. What is the focus? Everyone focus on the work of the sprint and goal. Everyone. Look at the word, everyone. It is not only the people who work on it. It's going to be surrounding of a customer, your organization. Everyone should have idea. At the same time, Scrum team has a full attention and focus on what the goal is. The goal which we committed. Okay, attention oriented. Commitment. People personally commit to achieving the goals of a Scrum team. You commit. The word commit is very important here. Why I'll tell you commit is important. There are days project manager commit. Rest of the team will be there. So project manager is responsible to answer to the customer or someone why we don't deliver it. The project manager will tell, you know what, these guys were not available in the office. Somebody's sick. Technically, we are not sound. Some reason this guy will give. The reason is he or she is not working. He or she is managing things, but they have to commit. It is working in some industry even today. But industry like information technology or agile-based industry, commitment should come from the people who do the job. A painter is going to say, painter has to tell the painting will take 3 days of time. Not the contractor will come and tell me painting will take 3 days of time. That doesn't make sense in the knowledge-based work. So commitment should come from the people who actually does the job. That makes them to be so much connected with the goals. That makes them to be so much problem attracting or problem solving people. That's why they talk about it. When I want to do all these three factors, what I have to do? There are people around me. You have to respect the people around you. Respect each other to be capable, independent people. Independent. No one is dependent on others. It's something about independent and giving respect to their knowledge, open for their thought process and innovation. And you encourage people. Ideally, you treat them as a human being with the value. That's important. Shriram, again, philosophy. Yeah, a little bit philosophy here because they want you to be a guy who work on that X and Y axis where the requirement and frequency of delivery is high, changes are high. If you're going to say, no, I'm not that kind of person, then this does not fit in for you. You are a person who should believe on this system. Then comes the openness. Scrum team and its stakeholders agree to open about all the work and challenges with performing the work. They're ready enough to tell, yes, it is. Now, the point of these values are no need to memorize it. Nothing comes in the exam directly. Everything will be indirect question. But Shriram, then why should I read this? I can just ignore it. If you ignore it, what will happen is you will learn daily stand-up. You will learn sprint review, sprint planning, iteration. These all you will learn. You will be a mechanical guy in your office. You will not get a feel why they are doing this. A courageous people will take challenge, focus, commitment, respect, openness. When you know all these things, when tomorrow your team member asks you why we do this, you will not be like a parent who can't answer their child. How many parents in this world, any ritual beliefs, when the kid asks them, the parent can't answer. They just look at them, just follow. My dad said, I'm saying to you, follow. That's not the way it will work. With the current generation, they are so clever than you and me. They ask the right questions. They have the rights to know about it. If you don't tell, internet will tell. Maybe some years back, if the parents don't tell, we believe that's what life it is, because we don't have internet. We don't have such a books. Now everything is available. So if you are not available, it's going to be tough. The same goes to the team. If you are not believing on this, your team won't believe it. So if you are a leader, you want to be an agile guy, first you should believe it. You should accept it. You should know why we do this. Then those principles all works better. All right. Can I assume that you written down the values in a paper? Can I see it done from you? If you written down, write it down in a paper. Okay, I can see a couple of them very active there. Shamima, Shaurabh, Vinod, Lalit. Okay, I can see a few of them writing down. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. There's a question here. What is the primary measure of progress in Agile? After all this discussion, by now your brain should be, wow, that's what the answer is, man. I can guess it. You feel that? Okay, it's going to be working software. Okay, extensive documentation. We don't go for it, isn't it? We don't do that. All right, appreciate that. Answer goes to B, according to Agile principles, working software is. By the way, Shriram, I'm not into software. What to do? Something workable, valuable, usable in your domain. That's what the principle. So Shriram, will they change the principle? They will not change the principle. This was written some years back. They won't change it. But when we interpret it for your business, you will change it. Instead of working software, you will say working product. Or valuable service. That's how you interpret it for your business. All right, let's see what is next. Then we'll go for a break for the class so that we'll come back next week. This I will explain more elaborately next class, but quick touch I'll do for a few minutes. So this is called a Scrum process. If somebody knows a Scrum, well and good. If you don't know, what will happen is Agile Books recommends that you will do iteration or a sprint, or you can call it as iteration. Okay. Now, how does it work? They work for 1 week a time, which is going to be 5 working days. 2 weeks, it could be 10 working days. 3 weeks, it could be 15 working days. Or 4 weeks, which is going to be 20 working days in a month. You can choose any of this, up to you. Many companies choose this model called 10 working days. In this 10 working days, this team will choose a goal, a target, what to achieve. As I said earlier, within 10 days, what you will do, Shriram? Like this, many 10 days to follow. 10, 10, 10. When you do like this, chances are we may start delivering some value to the customer. At the same time, we will course correct our mistakes. How to see this, Shriram? You want to be a good, fit body person. You have a target. Your target, let's say 12 months of time. Within 12 months, you want to achieve. But I will not wait till the 12th month to see how do I look like. Rather, every 15 days, I can measure myself by body weight or strength, stability, or you'll check it every 15 days. By checking every 15 days, I can course correct my food habits. I can course correct my sleeping habits. I can course correct my exercise routine. So by doing check regularly, you get a better idea. For this reason, this team divide the 12 months of your gym workout period into 10 days. So every 10 days, they try to see something is happening. Doesn't mean all the 10 days you get a value. Some 10 days you won't get, some 10 days you will get it. But that splitting, prioritizing, what will be important, what will be unimportant, that is what the business people responsibility. You will not break your head. For you, your team will join together, do what is being discussed. Okay. So now let me use a couple of minutes to tell this. Again, I'll come back next week again on this area. So as I give a clue about, a sprint can be either 1 week, 2 weeks, or 4 weeks of timeline. This we understood. Now how this works? It works with a few factors. In fact, 3 factors are there. One is role. Role means the set of people who will involve in the scrum or a sprint. One is called artifacts. If you heard about the term called artifacts, the outcomes. I'll talk more about artifacts later. Artifacts. Right? Then the other one is called events or ceremonies. We call as events or ceremonies. Okay, this will be there. Now, these 3 factors decide your scrum or a sprint factor. When I say role, you will see somebody called Scrum Master who help us to work in a 10 days of fashion, who facilitated. A product owner can be the business guy who is going to explain and give the requirement with the prioritization. And team, the core engineers and the people who does the job. These 3 roles are considered important roles in Scrum. Okay, we will talk one by one a little later. Artifacts, we will see something called product backlog, nothing but a requirement. Sprint backlog, again, it is a requirement. And again, we have a finished work. These 3 are called artifacts, which is an outcome of your team's work. What it is, how it works, we will see that. And then we have something called events. Events is nothing but sprint, that are 10 days of work itself an event. Every day we have a daily stand-up, that is an event. Sprint review, you check what team has done, that's an event. Retrospective is an event. On top of that, we have something called sprint grooming, which is not part of this, but again, yeah, it's also part of Agile, sprint grooming or refinement. So what we discussed 3 things in a high level is, you saw something called roles, you saw something called events, you have something called artifacts. Now, these 3 things makes us to roll. We keep on rolling 10 days. If your project is a 12 months, you should know in 12 months how many sprints can come. If it is a 2 weeks of sprint, if it is a 4 weeks of sprints, how many months it will come. So you start working accordingly. Now, over the period of classes, what you're going to learn is how this sprint will work. In this sprint, how a requirement will come in. This is an input, isn't it? This is an input and this is an output. This input will turn into output following this mechanism. To make this mechanism work, you need these people. So ideally, people, time, and set of inputs and outputs are used, and the output starts coming out. This is on a Scrum methodology. By the way, I'll go a little more deeper on this in the next couple of slides in the next class, where I'll explain all these things are happening. All right, with this, we'll give a pass. A quick recap of what we have seen now. So far, what we have seen here is from the beginning of the class, you learned what are the basics and mindset of PMI-ACP exam. What is in the exam? 120 questions and 3 books, what you have to see. The books of Mike Griffith, PMI-ACP, the books of Agile Practice Guide, the books of Essential Scrum. There is something called Essential Scrum. These 3 books, I gave a clue. Shall we see some of you if you're available in the camp? And then I gave some clue about starting with the 7 domains for your PMI-ACP examination. And then we went to the first domain talking about Agile principles and mindset. In this, we kick-started with talking about something on 4 manifesto and 12 principles. Before going to this, we spent some time on Agile mindset, where we understood the empirical process. We understood the declaration of interdependence, talking about what is Agile. And then we went into 4 manifesto. And then we saw principles at the high level. A couple of principles went a little down. We go further more principles and later. And now we kickstarted with the Scrum methodology. What is for next weekend? Next weekend, I'll bring up that so you will see the information. First, next weekend, what we'll have here. Okay, here it is. So the next weekend, where we are, mindset, principle, 4 values, principles, we are in Scrum framework now. So next weekend, we'll spend a Scrum, Kanban, XP, Lean, Agile leadership. And we will start something with value-driven delivery. This is the we'll go. So this is the way it's planned. Hope the classes were a little useful for you. You got some info. All good?
Yeah, it was a good session, Shriram.
Fantastic. Nice to know. People who have questions, let's listen to a couple of them if you have any questions towards the subject.
So, can we start reading Mike Griffith and other books? What do you suggest?
Nothing stops you. Reading can be done anytime. Now, since you read the Mike book already, did you read full book already?
Yeah, at least once full book. And all questions also, chapter-wise questions also. In fact, the ShriLearning chapter-wise questions also, 40 questions MCQ also. So I have done. Now what I need to do. So I've started reading Estimating and Planning by Kohn. I mean, that book also I have started reading.
Understood. Since you're read already, I feel you are in a good stage right now. Probably you will read one more time with a Mike Griffith as the classes are going on. So this time you will get more deeper understanding as you're going to read second time as a class listening. And then Agile Practice Guide, you can refer some topics there. Needed, you can go to Essential Scrum book, but not now. For the first chapter, not needed. When you go a little deeper, there is a chapter called Adaptive Planning, which talks about how the story estimation happens, how prioritization happens. There it will be a little more complicated. It won't be so easy like what we learned today. It'll be, I think next at least 2 classes, you'll feel all like in the breeze. I know this, man. 4 principles. Come on, man. Let me go have a coffee. Let Shriram keep on talking. I'll go have a coffee, come back. This feel will go away when you go to the chapters which has more details. That time, we'll go to the chapters like Essential Scrum book, where we learn some more information there, which will be helpful for your examination. Okay.
So these 3 books are good enough?
More than enough.
More than enough.
More than enough. A lot of information.
Okay. Thank you.
Shriram, how many days are enough to appear for this exam after completion of training?
I would tell as you read according to the plan or with the class regularly, I would say 3 weeks to 4 weeks would be need to clear the exam. This 3 weeks to 4 weeks, why we need is you have to take at least 4 full exams in ShriLearning or 5 full exams, because each exam will consume you 2 to 3 days of time. So that time keeping in mind, yes, it takes 3 to 5 weeks of time.
Okay.
Perfect. All right. That's a good question. People from YouTube, any questions? All right. If everything is good, what we'll do is we'll meet again by next week on a Saturday, and we'll continue with the lesson 1 on Agile principles and mindsets. Today is a kickstart day. So sitting for 4 hours is so tough, man. Huh? That's how it will be. Next week, it will be better. And however it is, have the notes with you and pick up the books, have the study plan shared by ShriLearning, and have a plan, books, reading habit. Start slow, steady. If you are already PMP certified person, you know the reading habits. But if you are just getting into certification, it will be a little tough. So start with the 20 to 40 minutes of reading initially, and slowly the momentum will pick up. We have a WhatsApp group. We have something called communication board. You materialize all these things. Reach out on the WhatsApp for any further questions. We'll be happy to clarify. All right. Yeah, there is a question from Sabit. Next classes. Yeah, next classes, it will be only in the Zoom. And people in the YouTube, please reach out to Rahul. He will give the contact number there or email ID there. Please reach out so that we'll guide you what to do for the next classes. And I want to thank all people here from YouTube, LinkedIn, and people watching out from Zoom. Really appreciate your time to be here. Have a good rest on this Sunday. We'll connect again by next Saturday. Until then, enjoy your life. We'll catch you soon. Oh man, there is a question. Sorry. Samir has put a question in YouTube. I'm sorry, I missed out. Samir is asking, Hi Shriram, I need to convince my boss for what? Why it's helpful for my role and current job, as my current role is a service introduction manager, where we are not using Agile. Okay, that's a good question. I don't think it's a convincing from your side. Your manager has to convince you to learn Agile if they want the company to survive. It's the other way. If they really want to earn money, if they want to survive in the market, your manager has to convince you, Samir, can you please learn Agile? It's not you go and ask them, I have to learn Agile. It's the other way. Since you asked this question, the convincing factor here is you have to tell about, or you can tell about how Agile helps you to see from customer's perspective. A customer doesn't mean end user. A customer can be something who receives a service from you. I remember I saw you, service introduction manager. Someone receives your service. That person is your customer. How do you understand your customer? How early you can give some value to them? On top of that, how do you understand people in your organization who can collaborate with you? These factors are the one which you learn as an Agile. On top of that, you learn Scrum, Kanban, which explains a systematic approach towards doing those value addition. So this factor you have to convince with your manager. Hope I helped you with some detail. All right, good. Nice a lot. Thanks a lot, and everyone here, and appreciate it. And the people in the YouTube, watch out for the number and email ID from Rahul. He will help you. We'll all connect again soon by next Saturday. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Shriram.
Thank you, Shri.
अच्छा हाँ जी तो मीटिंग हो जाती है